truly dead. As you can see, it was involved in an accident. And I just wanted to pull it straight. We don't often get the opportunity to see a snake like this, right? Up close. And it's about just over a meter. I gave it a little bit of a wash as well because it was not looking so great, but particularly around the mouth. So what we look for in a Mozambican spitting cobra is these rings. I'll use a pointer here. See these bars across the throat? Very, very diagnostic or indicative. And then over here, can you see the salmon-colored underbelly? Also very diagnostic. So when we see those, we can be fairly certain that we've got a Mozambican spitting cobra. Mozambican spitting cobras have quite short fangs. Now, the venom glands sit just on the bottom jaw here and over the eye here. So the way that the spitting cobra spits is that it's short. I'll put this here like this. Its short fangs are up here. You can barely even see it. There's one. It's very, very short, just a couple millimeters. Now, if I had to press against this, I would be engaging that venom gland and it would spit. It would spray. And it can spray something like 2 meters. Its tongue is also really interesting. I can't see it. Oh. Is that it? There we go. There we go. There's its tongue. Now, with its nostrils, it doesn't smell, but it's got a vomeronasal organ up here. You know the thing that we always talk about when an animal phlegm and grimaces? And so with this tongue, it licks the air, collects those particles, and then lifts the tongue over into that vomeronasal organ. And that's where it does the detecting the scent. Is a tiny baby, and Mum is very impressive too. I love when I think about any babies on this reserve. Actually, they're so, particularly rhinos. Oh, it's time to have a little lie down. Oh my goodness, it's just so demanding to walk around all day, follow Mum. That's just too much work. Miss Carpenter, you would like to know if the skin breaks when the horn comes through. No, it doesn't. At an embryonic stage, potentially, but I wouldn't be able to say that the skin breaks because the skin might not be at that stage yet to consider it a breakage in the skin. But once the baby is born, there's no break in the skin because remember that. Oh, have you ever seen a rhino tongue? You just did. This is so cute. So like our nails and our hair, oh goodness me, layers of keratin get deposited in sheets. Now in our hair, if you have a close look under the microscope, you'll see that it kind of looks like scales building on each other, and that's layers of keratin building on each other. On your nails, same thing, layers of keratin building on each other. Nothing is breaking through. And it's the same with the horn.
Yeah, I've told you we're going to find hippos at the dam. And as you can see, they are right next to the edge, enjoying early, late afternoon entertainment this side. Look at that. Isn't that lovely? I think this pod of hippos is so used to vehicles stopping next to the dam area like what we're doing now. It's like they're not really, there's no aggression, nothing's shown. There's a little bit more playtime than anything else. There's a beautiful light on them this afternoon, and especially that they're so close that we can really get a good look at them. There we go. A little bit of grunting there from the hippos. Oh, it's nice to hear them, and it's just the power of their noise is just really kind of, echoes around the dam area. I mean, even while we sleep in our tents at night time, and these hippos are grunting at night here at the dam, it really kind of pushes right into where the tents are. So it's amazing how far the noise travels. I also think because of the water, it really bounces off the water. So when they make that deep grunting, it really bounces off the water and really goes far in.
A lot of things are unpredictable in the bush, especially the weather. Cam and I had to make a quick getaway to Main Lodge to beat a downpour here at Mabula. Here's what happened. Thundering and lightning, we power down everything. Goodbye.
From a distance, we saw this one bull here, and we are discussing with Marcel on camera whether he is a tusker or not a tusker. But clearly he got not very small, but comparing to the left tusk, the right one is quite small. Maybe 2/3 the size of the left one? Something like that, Marcel, eh? Accessory, anything 3-4 meters would be the height of an average elephant bull. Some could go a little higher than that, but 3-4 meters to the shoulder is an average accessory of the height of a bull. I mean, some of these elephants, some of these bulls, like what we see in a national park accessory called Amboseli National Park, they are much bigger, massive, and maybe going much higher than that, from to the shoulder.
Cedric has been on fire. Not literally, thankfully, but his sightings have been incredible. No one would have guessed that wild dogs would be on the cards.
Watch yourself. Using this fantastic sense of hearing. Okay, got them again. So it's just a 2, so we're missing 1, because I definitely counted 3. The one that chased first, and then these 2 came afterwards. And it's crazy that they did not even kill, especially with all these impalas. I mean, it's one of the most successful hunters out of the predators. I mean, your success rate of a wild dog is about 80, 85 to 90% success rate. And unless the other one did make a kill, and now these 2 are just pretty much trying to look around and wait for him. Maybe we'll start hearing calling.
And that's a wrap on today's catch-up. Thanks for spending it with us. We'll see you tomorrow.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hello, and jumbo everyone, a very warm welcome to the northwest of the Masai Mara National Reserve. It's a very hot afternoon here, as you can see those giraffes there, and maybe a truck bringing us some supplies for food where we are staying in Governor's Camp, myself and Marcel. Jumbo everyone, and my name is David, and on camera with me this afternoon is Marcel, and this is SafariLIVE. It's not humid, but it is hot. That I can manage. Humidity is what I fight with, and my plans today are first to go back to the grey crown cranes that we saw the other day to find out if we shall be lucky to see the chicks, and that is my very current plan. But I'm sure you know, apart from myself, we have Centura on the other side, Big James, and I'm sure they're ready to shout a big jumbo to all of you.
A very good afternoon and a warm welcome to our Mara Live. We're coming live from the Mara, and it's a great study. The temperature is quite high today. It's 28 degrees Celsius, our ambient temperature. My name is Centura, and James is behind the camera. It's such a lovely time of the day to be out here, and as usual, there's no bad day out here in the Mara. Look at this bull elephant right in front of us. While we were having our own time in the camp, resetting for this afternoon, this bull elephant walked through very close to my tent and walked very close to the tent, and here he is right just outside the camp. Material camp is just behind this bull elephant. This is a very interactive session. Questions and comments are greatly appreciated and welcome in the course of the show. Very chill bull is scooping dust and blow over his face. It's because it's very hot, and it's as if that is not enough. He's being very stylish. He's twisting his hind legs, but not now anymore. He's trying to get as much dust as possible to blow them to his body. We might have a very good chance because he's walking toward the way, and there's a lovely pool very close to us. I don't know whether he's going to have a mud bath because it's very hot, 28 degrees Celsius. So I won't be surprised to see this bull elephant having a mud bath nearly every start and every end here in the Mara. It's an epic start. Very excited to have you on board. Look, he's probably going to drink fast. Yeah, it's drinking time. So he need to hydrate. Been a very hot day, and they're using their trunk to suck the water. A single scoop or a single suck of the water is pouring nearly 4 gallons of water into his stomach, and as soon as the trunk drop out of the mouth, Petro, good question. I've never heard of a situation of a particular elephant getting heat stroke because they are incredibly adapted to these extreme temperatures. So probably if you think elephants that live in the tropical rainforest and probably move into a very hot countries that they are not adapted to, I believe that can easily happen. But here in the Mara, these animals are incredibly adapted to the It is such a beautiful time to watch this bull elephant, and it's drinking. It's also reminding me to drink, and I'm going to drink some water because it's very hot. Look at that. While we wait and see if this bull is going to finish drinking and probably have a mud bath that is even going to be more dramatic and more entertaining to see. My colleague Gigi, let's see what he has. Probably the tallest land mammal. Which one is that?
And, many times Steve saying water is the currency of life. Now, giraffes also do drink water. It's not as common and maybe as many animals, because being browsers, they'll always tend to get the smaller leaves, twigs, which we would maybe possibly assume they are full of moisture. I've stuck here with about 5 giraffes, and of course these are what we call the Maasai giraffes, what you'll see most parts of East Africa. If you go further down South Africa, you'll be seeing the southern giraffe, and if you go further north of Africa, you'll be seeing the northern giraffe. And then apart from this species of giraffes here that we call the Maasai giraffe in Kenya, we also got the reticulated giraffes, and a subspecies of the two that is called the Ross Charles giraffe. They'll walk through the grass, and once in a while you'll see them feeding on any green bush that they'll bump into, and most of the bushes they'll be eating the capers bush. And by the way, we just would want to announce we have a very special partnership between the World Earth Impact Foundation and Remembering Wildlife. Apparently that will be a day, or it will be a show for only one day, and we're inviting all of you to jump into the vehicle, and it will be very, very exclusive, as it will be a very private safari, and it will be in the Sambi Sands, and it will be at Chitwa. And guess who will be running that particular drive? It will be none other than one of our best guides in at World Earth, and is your favorite Tristan Dix. It will be apparently the World Giraffe Day, which will be Sunday the 21st of June 2026, and the time will be 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. CAT, or 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. GMT. It will be a very special event. It's being hosted to remember, or during the Remembering the Giraffes book. And please do secure your access via the Kickstarter campaign. And I'm very lucky to have giraffes with me for all of you. So don't forget that day. Again, as I said, it will be the 21st of June 2026, and those are the hours that we gave you. So I'll be leaving these giraffes and go look for something else, as I earlier had promised. We'll go find out if the chicks from the grey crown cranes have popped up or not.
Our Ellie is still drinking, but interestingly, he spilled the water out of his mouth. He's not drinking everything. Look at that. He's just pour the water into the mouth and spit, and let the water run down. In a single day, a bull elephant can drink between 150 to 200 liters of water, but that can actually vary depending on quite a few other factors like temperatures. In a very, very hot day, you would expect them to drink a lot more, but in a cooler day, then their water desire drops a bit, as well as the water that they get from the vegetation. In a greener time of the year like now, they can still get a lot of water from the vegetation that they eat. But during the dry season, that can drops, the water content of the vegetation that they eat drops down, and then they have to spend a lot of water in the watering hole drinking, and that can even sometimes go to 250 kilograms. So yes, they have large expansive territories, but instead of really saying territories, we would say home ranges, which actually are incredibly big. They can even cross between two different countries, like the bull elephant like this, he might walk and cross to Tanzania and even go as far as he can want to go. So they are not completely more restricted in a certain area, but they have very large home ranges. A home range is that expansive field that a particular animal cover when he's looking for the resources that he need, as well as the breeding site. So these animals can really have very large expansive areas that they operate. It's chewing a lot of vegetation from the water. It's picking look at that. Wow, it's like a snorkel. They spit the water out and spit over his face. It's very hot. No wonder he's doing that. It's quite a very entertaining bull to watch. It's acting like a youngster, but it's not a youngster. It's a very, very nice bull elephant that I've lived alive. Look at that. It's getting a lot of food from that little pond. It's having a very nice shower as well as food. What else do you need? What a life. He's enjoying that. Look at that. There was a big piece of food that just dropped down because it was covered with a lot of soil, and they don't need to eat that, so they just chew the green part and let the other part that is covered with a lot of soil drop down. Very clever animal. See how they can meticulously use their trunk to grab and pull grass. Look at that. That's huge. And it's going to drop down. Look at that. It's going to drop down because he doesn't want to eat all that. Really good observation. Probably we've shown you before, because that is one of the ways that you can be able to identify elephants, by looking at the structure of their ears, because as they walk through the forest, they get their ears pierced and completely scratched, and those are some of the marks that you can be able to use to identify individual elephant. I'm just being carried away by the amount of food that this particular bull elephant is eating now. Look at that. It's very, very soft vegetation there, so it's not even doing any kick harvesting. He doesn't even need to use the front feet to pull the food out because it's very loose, and it's just easy to pick that and eating. Their digestive system is not very efficient. They eat a lot, but most of what they eat, 60% still come out completely untouched, and that's why sometimes they can be very good seed dispersers. Judy, good question. A lot of those get in the course of their life. They are born with very nice, structured and tempered ear, but then because of the landscape that they are in, they get a lot of holes. They get a bit of some tattered ears because of the trees and that the environment they're interacting with. So most of them, when they're born, they are very, very nice and neat, but then as they grow, they interact with the physical environment, and that is what actually brings about a lot of these ear notches. It's massive boy, and he's constantly flapping the ears. It's acting as a fan as well as to cool them down. There's a lot of blood vessels behind their ears, and that is the thinnest part of the skin, meaning that the blood is able to come to the surface and cool off and circulate to the rest part of the body. But it's really in a very nice spot because the feet is getting cool. Once in a while they scoop the water and spill over his body. He's eating. It's heaven for them. They're having a good time now before the migration gets here, because when the wildebeest comes in large masses, they don't like that. They sort of try to be more confined in the forest areas where the wildebeest, or even go up in the hills where the wildebeest will not be able to venture. So this is one of the good time to see these bulls just having their time, not thinking about anything, because as soon as the migration gets here, they move on. They are just going to vanish and you don't get to see them a lot. But right now they are having a great time. Anthony, good question. Definitely they do. They do feel when temperatures drops and increases. Because in a cooler time of the day, when the temperatures drops, then you don't get to see them having a mud bath or wallowing in the mud because they're cool. They don't need to cool off. It's already cool. And as soon the temperatures gets higher, like now this afternoon, it is 28 degrees Celsius. They can feel it's getting hot. It's time to go for a shower. It's time to go and cool down. So definitely they have feelings just like we do, and they can be able to notice when temperatures goes up and down. That's why this elephant is right where he is at the moment. In the cooler hours of the day, they will be more out and far from the watering holes, just enjoying life. And even if they could be close to the water or a mud bath, they wouldn't be rolling in the mud early in the morning. Hardly they have to do that. But I've seen elephants in the onset of the beginning of the rains. When the rains comes after being dry for a long time, they enjoy. It doesn't matter what time of the day, they still roll in the mud because they are incredibly excited, because they love that. Look at that, it's right behind that little cotton bush, but he might just be popping out on the other side because it's not a forest, it's just one lone tree shrubs, and he will be coming behind that bush not long ago. You can imagine if we were driving here and the elephant is behind that bush, and you ask me, Centura, have you seen any elephant? I would definitely tell you, no, there's no elephant here because I can't even see. Look at that. You gotta be careful when you're walking through here. Thank God there's no walking safari is allowed here, because you can easily walk towards that particular bull elephant. They definitely can be able to hide so well, and you can just walk, and right behind there you find an elephant. So the Maasai, when they're walking through this land, they have to really be careful. I'm gonna move just to give you a better frame of this bull. So the Maasai have interacted with these animals since time immemorial because they share the same land, so they know what to do when they are approaching elephants. And one of the things that you need to do when you're approaching elephant, make sure that you are on the downside of the wind so that it doesn't get your scent, and that you can even spend some good time very close to the elephants because their eyesight is not very good. So he's playing trick on us. We try to go around, and then he's thinking about, I don't want you, you've seen me enough. But no, we still want to see you more and more. You are very impressive. We can't have enough of you. Never. Look, it's right there. Look at that cloud. Look at that cloud there. It's beautiful clouds. It's a lot of cloud cover today. But this bull is walking and walking away. He's playing tricks on us. Maybe he's telling us it's time to move, and definitely we will highly respect you. Whatever you say, we will take that. The best you can do here is you comply with the rules of nature. If nature says it's time to move away from me, please do that. But yeah, that is really something why sometimes it's really hard to have a plan, because you never know. You plan this and nature proof you the other way around and makes you look like a fool. And that's why Centura always, when he's doing game drive, he doesn't have a plan. The plan is comply with nature. And look now, he's complying. It's not that he's complying, I'm complying to what this bull elephant want me to do. He did all the tricks he can, and now he decided to come out of the shadows into the light. And if that's what he wants, that's what I want. He's very gentle and being very unbothered. He's the ruler of the land.
I'm Butch James, World Cup winning Springbok fly half. Rugby has taken me to many incredible places around the world, but it's Africa's wild places where I feel most at home. This July and August, after the Springbok tests against England, Wales and the All Blacks, join me on a series of luxury safaris. There we'll share some rugby stories, open fires and some incredible wildlife sightings, all under the African skies. See you in the bush.
At Wild Earth, we believe every story has the power to create change. That's why we've launched the Wild Earth Impact Foundation, a non-profit dedicated to conservation and social impact. By showcasing conservation stories, we can change lives, protect nature, and empower communities. We have partnered with Empowers Africa to accept tax-deductible donations from US donors. Your donation will help fund critical programs that support our mission. Join us and be part of the change.
Sign up today and you'll get instant access to wildlife. You'll also have access to our post-produced content, like a Wild Bush Week. Textbooks tell us that a ratio of 3-to-1 hyenas drive off lionesses. SafariLIVE Catch-Up.
We have got some doggies that are on the hunt.
And even that sort of cult favourite, The Wild Show. And the little one has made it out and hopefully will rejoin the herd. Wild Earth Explorers. Wilder. Together.
Definitely they are always done with the females when they cannot keep the pace of the big or the main herd. Initially I used to see one of these boys around here because the tree line you see in the background there, those trees, that's where the Mara River is, and there's one place I like coming out of the vehicle to stretch, and every one time I had to find out where this particular buffalo is. I'm not sure where he got this other new friend. They've been pairing up together. Leanne, I just spoke to the game warden a few minutes ago, and he said they are all the Topi boys are in the lager. The altercation is gone, and Leanne, the problem was none other but, well, the problem was basically Kiongozi. I'm sure, Leanne, you know Kiongozi, and I had thought the fights were over. Not once. The 5 boys have fought Kiongozi, and I've been thinking, they have accommodated him nicely, and they feel he is part of them. But I was wrong. I was wrong, Leanne, bless you, Marcel, because today reminded me of what I saw sometimes back at the beginning of the year and last year. Today was, I think, the 5th time I have seen them disciplining. I'll just call it disciplining Kiongozi, because it's putting him in his place. It's like when you get the younger brother trying to show the older brother that he is in charge, he is everything, you know? Nadia, I have not seen Vuli since I got back here. And of the 7 boys, Nadia, Vuli's best friend has been Kiongozi. For a very long time has been Kiongozi. And we started seeing come end of December, beginning of the year, Kiongozi coming back to the other 5 boys and left Vuli on his own. Possibly, I would want to believe, Nadia, if Kiongozi will continue suffering with, you know, the other 5 T-boys, I would think he is much happier, much safer, you know, with Vuli, because they had formed a very good coalition. And it's possible they can do that, and possibly, Nadia, they establish their own small little territory. Who knows? because where Wooly lives currently, he has been living alone, and 2-3 days ago the game warden told me saw Wooly from a distance walking with a slight limp. I'm not sure he has been since seen, but I would be happy to know how he is doing. Nadia, I think he made a decision to live alone. I don't want to call him a nomadic male anymore, but I think the decision to live his life is done. He has come out of that stage where, lions, we call them nomadic. See the amount of mud on this particular buffalo. The night before last, the T-boys brought down a buffalo, and they'll always zero in on single buffaloes like this ones. I'm not sure that that particular they brought down was alone because they saw it yesterday morning, or they pulled it out of a main herd. Salute, but it was, nice to see the Topi boys feeding on the buffalo, and this morning there was a huge altercation. Not sure what exactly was happening. Maybe I'll be requesting, Nadine, the director of the drive. Some people might have missed that particular, show if they were still sleeping, especially in the US, or maybe those who are not available to see it. Maybe at one point during SafariLIVE or during the Sunset Drive, request Nadine to play that clip for us. And Nadine just answered me and said she would be very happy to play it, and it was quite a moment. And why don't we have a look at that clip? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the lions came out of where they were hiding before from that particular lager, and there's a big altercation going on here. I'm not sure exactly what is the problem. These are the T-boys, and there's a huge fight going on, and that boy now running there is Moja, and I think the fight was between the 5 T-boys against one called Kiongozi. That was a moment, and it reminded me some other times also. Those were 4 boys then, and all of them were fighting Kiongozi, and today 5. And the good news are I saw Kiongozi later on, and he was looking solid, and was like, okay, I've survived this. How many fights am I going to get from these boys? Well, good luck, Kiongozi. And to me, Kiongozi might be the future leader of that coalition. Now, I cannot see my great crown cranes. The place I've been always seeing them. Let's, in the meantime, go to Centura, who has a bird of prey.
Yeah, this is the Tony Eagle eating something that we haven't confirmed yet what it is, but it does look like a big thing. It could be a little baby impala. It is fascinating to see if there's going to be a big baby impala. That tells you the power of these birds. They are incredibly powerful, very good, strong talons that they use. And that's very, very sharp. Good question, MJ. The Maasai and the wildlife are one and the same thing. your neighbors every day. You share the same land. You just know when and what time, so that you don't really cross boundaries. That is the best you can do. You know when the lions are roaming, they will be doing their job at night. Then you don't need to walk more at night, because that's when there is a lot of nocturnal animals moving around. In the daytime, you always make sure that you're fully aware of their surrounding, because they are full of wildlife. Making sure that when you're walking, wherever you're walking to, you make sure that you are very careful. Again, the Maasai reads the bush newspaper, and the bush newspapers are tracks and signs of what has happened previously before you get there. If I was walking east and find some fresh dropping of elephants, I would stop and look and see which direction did these elephants go. If they are heading east or were headed east, then I need to stop and probably find an alternative way to go around. If I come across and from a far distance I see there's a buffalo, then I would stop and change my route. That's how we coexist with wildlife. So our tawny eagle have just gone right behind that pile of grass. We do not want to make a lot of movement, because as much as we try to relocate, get a better frame, he or she will fly away. He was trying to move away, but he cannot or she cannot carry the food away, because there's still a lot left. It will be nice to just not really disturb much, otherwise he will or she will leave the food and somebody else like a jackal or a hyena will come. And this is a very well hard-earned food. And there's still quite a lot left, definitely. I've seen the wolf popping up. It is incredibly gorgeous and powerful. You think about these birds, very good raptors. They hunt, but they can also scavenge. I've seen tawny eagles following vultures and on carcasses side and just scavenging, and that's why their numbers are not many, because a lot of them have been actually victim of poisons from carcasses that have been poisoned before. They'll come and eat and they die, which is not very good news. So we'll just see how much we can be able to see, because this bird will be really exciting to find out what is eating. It might just be something that I've never even seen before. For us here as guides, every day is a classroom. We get to see things that we've never think it would happen. But yes, nature still surprises us with a lot of unexpected. Dream catcher, some do, some don't. Because if you think of this eagle going to eat a termite, how many termites does he need to eat? They would prefer to go for large prey. But yes, we still get a lot of other birds who can be able to eat termites. Some of the small raptors, like I've once seen one of the falcon, called a pygmy falcon, on top of the termite mound and picking those termites, the early termite, when they were flying out of the colony. And yes, some of the raptors, especially the small raptors, will be able to eat that. I'm just going to change our frame a little bit, just to allow you to see if we can be able to find out what this tawny eagle is eating. Hopefully not a baby hyena. I'll be very upset, and probably not want to see an eagle again. I know. Oh no, lucky tawny eagle. It's not a baby hyena. It's actually it's a young impala. It's a little baby impala. It's a little baby impala. My goodness, I am over the moon. Look at the strength of the tawny eagle, and looking at the crop of that tawny eagle is completely full. That is the first digestive system of a bird, a crop where they got the food and later on they're going and push it in, and it's completely swollen, a lot of meat already in there, very likely because this young impala is still intact, not much has been eaten. So I wouldn't be surprised that this tawny eagle have killed this little baby impala. See how much there's danger everywhere. For the first 2 to 3 weeks after birth, the impala would leave the young one under the tall grass, hidden, but not from the eyes of the raptor like the tawny eagle. Their eyesight is unbelievably good. They can be able to see tiny movements deep in the tall grass, and that was a very good catch for this tawny eagle. Danger is everywhere, very unfair for the mama impala. She will probably come back to this spot trying to look the young one. Good question, Debo. That food is going to be pushed further down into the stomach. So when these animals are eating fast, this is like a temporary storage room. Because they cannot be able to chew food because they don't have teeth. What happens is that they store their food in the crop. It's a very moist environment, and there's nothing else that, apart from being moist, there's no any digestive juices and acids. So that food, after being moisted there, is now nice and soaked, and then it can be able to move further into the stomach for proper digestion. For now, it's just going to be moistened a bit before it's now fully pushed back into the stomach, where now it's going to be fully digested. It's eating and eating, it's not giving up, and it's constantly looking around, making sure that a martial eagle, because I've seen the martial eagle stealing their foods away from them, or a jackal is not coming, a hyena is not coming. Look at that. Look at the shape and look at the shape of that little beak. It's very hooked and sharp for tearing and gripping flesh. Unbelievable.
That is very interesting. I've been a tawny eagle feeding on lamb of an impala. It's not out of the ordinary, but I think, not sure whether that is a first for Centura, because for me that will be a first. I haven't seen or known tawny eagles are feeding on lambs, of impalas. We have always left that to the bigger raptors like the martial eagles. Now, after I did not see my grey crown cranes, I don't think they have left that particular area, or the nest with the chicks, because they would take about 56 or maybe up to sometimes 100 days, about 3 months, for them to fledge very well, to be able to fly. They might have gone somewhere else, either for feeding, and they'll be coming back later. I think they're still there. But in the meantime, what I'll do is to move about, go to an area that I have not been since I came back, and I'm talking going towards the Paradise area, and go find out, if lucky, I'll be able to see. I'm talking about bully. Now we've got some pigs here, and I'm not sure we may put them on camera because they just look to be on top of a termite mound. The grass is They have taken off very, very quickly as soon as we stopped, and Marcel pointed the camera to them. Anyhow, Marcel, I want us to, which wheat would you prefer? The one on the left or the one on the right? Because they... To both, okay. Now, I would want Marcel to show you. End of last year, beginning of this year, we had so many fires that were being done here in the Mara, and I was in this particular area walking in the grass. How's that, Marcel? Walking in the grass, and just see how high the grass has gotten. This grass was barely 2 inches. Most of it was burnt down to the ground. It was zero grass. But now just see how high it has grown, maybe a meter, going to 2 meters. We don't have much of the red oat grass here, as much as, you know, the one we have here is not as tall. But I want myself to show you how this area has drastically changed. I could easily drive here, and on 2 or 3 occasions I saw several cats in this particular area. If any now, 0 chances of seeing it, unless it's very close to the road. This is what they call the beautiful Mara, or the magical Mara, when you just look all the way to the horizon without what they call visual pollution. And hopefully, before Mara Live ends, I'll have reached in that territory of Ovuli. Let's go back to the Tony Eagle with Centura.
Yeah, our Tony Eagle is still going and going. It's not stopping. And where we are, we can be able now to see the red and white coat of the young impala. Tony just stopped and gaping. That's one of the ways of cooling off. It's a lot of work tearing that skin and push as much meat as possible. Look at the crop, how much is swollen. Very, very unfortunate for the mama impala. He might try to carry the food, but it's still quite a lot of food left. And he's thinking about it, definitely. Look at that, look at that. Wow. He's using the talon, he's using the talons. They don't carry food on their beak. They use their talons to carry the food. And that is what he's trying to do, but it's still quite a lot of meat left. It is heavy. Look at the tail. That's the tail sticking above the green grass. That is so fascinating. This is the beauty of being out in nature. Expect the unexpected. Probably around maybe 2 or 3, but there's still quite a lot of meat left. If this little impala was killed by another predator, like a jackal, definitely the Tony Eagle would not have gotten anything, because it's not much left. That's why I'm convinced that this baby impala was killed by this Tony Eagle. The mama impala will often be coming back to the same spot looking for the baby, but not a good moment. It's not going to get anything apart from the remains, if there will be anything left. It's a very harsh environment. Life and death are close together. Yeah, but the Tony need food, and that's why the impala is dead. Cat fan, they use their talons and their beak. And when you see them hunting or killing, they use their talons to hold them straight down on the ground, and they use their beak to kill. They do. Look at that beak. It's very, very sharp, and the talons are equally sharp, so they can actually break through the skin just like a knife. And they have a surgical precision. They know some of the vital organs where they target. Look at that. It's looking around, making sure that there's nothing flying up in the sky. It's trying to make sure that there's no a martial eagle coming, or a vulture like the African white-backed or the lappet-faced vulture, because those can easily drive this eagle away from the scene because they are incredibly powerful than them. Oh, good question, Mali. I need to think. What have I ever seen something strange? I've seen vultures eating lion's poop, and I thought that was very strange. And the reason why they do that is because they still can be able to get a lot of proteins from the lion's poop, especially the hooded vulture, which is one of the smallest vultures that we have here. They eat the skirts of lions a lot, and that I thought it was very, very strange. Another thing that I've ever seen that is a little bit more strange related to poop is I've also seen the leopard tortoises eating a lot of the hyenas droppings or the hyena poop, because the hyenas poop are very, very rich in calcium, and they need that to maintain their shell, which is their outer cover armor, to protect their internal organs. I thought that was also very strange, but to the eye of a tortoise, leopard tortoise for that matter, and a wooded vulture, it is food. It's not strange. It's only strange to Centura, but not to them.
When nature calls, Maui is the only answer. Satisfy your wanderlust and take to the open road in one of our fully equipped motorhomes. Boasting a fridge, gas stovetop, AC and bathroom, our motorhomes are comfortable and spacious, making any self-drive adventure in the Kruger or garden route memorable. Whether you travel alone, as a couple or the whole family, Maui has a motorhome for you. Maui, home where you roam.
I'm Butch James, World Cup winning Springbok fly half. Rugby has taken me to many incredible places around the world, but it's Africa's wild places where I feel most at home. This July and August, after the Springbok tests against England, Wales and the All Blacks, join me on a series of luxury safaris. There we'll share some rugby stories, open fires and some incredible wildlife sightings, all under the African skies. See you in the bush. I'm Butch James, World Cup winning Springbok fly half. Rugby has taken me to many incredible places around the world, but it's Africa's wild places where I feel most at home. This July and August, after the Springbok tests against England, Wales and the All Blacks, join me on a series of luxury safaris. There we'll share some rugby stories, open fires and some incredible wildlife sightings, all under the African skies. See you in the bush.
The Wild Earth Impact Foundation is a non-profit that uses the power of wildlife storytelling as a force for good. We create sustainable development projects that showcase conservation stories, empower people, and inspire environmental action. As a registered South African PBO, you can make a tax-deductible donation to the Wild Earth Impact Foundation. To find out more, visit our website.
When adventure calls, answer with Brits. Take on Southern Africa's most breathtaking landscapes from behind the wheel of a fully equipped 4x4 or SUV. From tents and bedding to a fridge and full kitchen gear, everything you need is already on board. And with 24-hour roadside assistance, you're free to go further and explore with confidence. Open roads, total freedom, no limits, just the journey ahead. Brits, equipped for adventure.
Get yourself out and be ready for new things. Wow, there's always so much that happens that we don't know. But we're here to learn, we're here to see, and that is exactly what we're doing. Very happy that we are able to bring all these live scenes to you every single day here in the heart of the wild Masai Mara Game Reserve. This is the beauty. I mean, this place is one of the richest wildlife countries. Like, there's a lot of wildlife, there's a lot of things to see. It's not just about the lions, leopard, hyenas, cheetahs, and giraffe, tortoise. There's so many else things to see. And look here, who would have imagined would have spent the entire afternoon watching a tawny eagle reaping a young baby impala? Nobody did expect that. But what we had expected is the unexpected, and this is the unexpected that we expected. It is very, very nice and cool to see. Poop, oh yeah, it's eating. You eat, you go to the bathroom and come back and eat. But for this tawny eagle, it's using the bathroom and continue eating. It's proving to us that the digestive system is working properly. Quite unlikely. What would happen is that when the food is light enough for this eagle to carry the food away, that's what this eagle is going to go. But as much as there's no disturbance, there's no any other predator approaching, there's no mom coming, the food is still a lot to carry, it's going to go. But eventually, when it's light enough and small enough for this eagle to be able to carry with their talons, that is what is going to happen. And that's exactly what it is doing. It's trying to eat as much as it can so that the remaining food is going to fly and put on top of the tree. And that is a little bit more safe from other predators like jackals, hyenas, lions, because they cannot climb trees. It's impressive. It is so exciting to watch. We could spend the entire, look at that, there's still quite a lot left. I've seen the entire leg of the impala lifted up. It's still quite intact. So this girl definitely is going to be here for a while, eating, and keep looking up in the sky to make sure that nobody's coming. And luckily, we don't see anything coming. It is just this eagle and the sky. And of course, us. It's such a cool time to be out here and just watch nature unfolding right in front of you. Yeah, we want to let this eagle enjoy the meal, and because this is going to be, it is exciting and it's really hard to live, but we just want to give this particular eagle more privacy and continue chewing. While we do that, let's now cross over to Gigi on the other side of the Mara with a Nelly.
That's how things work out here, Centura. I'm sure you know. You come out planning one thing and then things turn out the other way. I kept trying looking for woolly, but I tell you, the grass is so tall. Even the same areas, just the other day, I was driving through, to catch up with him. They all have been overtaken by the amount of grass. From a distance, we saw this one bull here, and we are discussing with Marcel on camera whether he is a tusker or not a tusker. But clearly he got a very, not very small, but comparing to the left tusk, the right one is quite small. Maybe 2/3 the size of the left one? Something like that, Marcel, eh? He is where he is, excuse me, for the obvious reason. You can see the different patches of grass, or the two different shades of grass, or two different shades of the green there. The one he is feeding on must be a lot softer for him. He looks quite old to me. Maybe late 40s, early 50s. And my guess is if he is having his final set of teeth, he should just keep it soft on what he's feeding on. Accessory anything 3-4 meters would be the height of an average elephant bull. Some could go a little higher than that, but 3-4 meters to the shoulder is an average accessory of the height of a bull. I mean, some of these elephants, some of these bulls, like what we see in a national park accessory called Amboseli National Park, they are much bigger, massive, and maybe going much higher than that, from to the shoulder. And in Amboseli National Park is one place, if accessory you come to Kenya one day and you'll ask me where would you be guaranteed of seeing a couple of tuskers, I'll take you to Amboseli National Park. He still looks to be in good shape. I mean, looking at his body morphology, you can see the joy in his life with his tail. And it looks bent. Marcel, do you see that? I'm not sure how close you can take us to that tail. Yeah, it looked like a cartilage, could have broken of this particular ellie. Not sure it's by swinging it, but if you look at it carefully, there's a little bend after about a couple of inches from the base of it. Hello, we are fine, you are fine, we are good friends. We are showing you to the world. You should be proud of yourself because now you are a celebrity with thousands and thousands of people watching you. Ellies will once in a while do that, like, what's up? What are you up to? And we'll always let them know we are fine and we are just watching you and just taking your pictures. And Ellie, I'm sure you're enjoying watching this, Ellie, and you're saying thank you for what you've been able to do, myself and Centura. Ellie, you are very, very welcome. And in the recent past, Ellie, I would say this is one of the biggest Ellies I have seen. The ones we saw the other day, were they bigger than this, Marcel? Or the more the same size?
The one the other day was a little bit bigger.
A little bit bigger than this, eh?
Yeah.
But by any standard, he is equally big, eh? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time to say thank you for all your questions and for all your comments, and very many thanks for having joined us today. And I'm sure tomorrow morning we'll be out again here at 10 o'clock EAT or 0900 hours CAT for another SafariLIVE drive. And I'm talking about the morning drive. On behalf of myself, Marcel, Big James, and Centura, many thanks for joining, and goodbye for now.
afternoon, everyone, and welcome to your sunset safari. And welcome to a very sunny Mabula. How nice is this? We have been rained on for the last couple of days, and we are very thankful that it's warm, sunny, and we've got pretty much clear skies. It's me, Trishala. I've got Cam on camera, and we're starting off here in the open plains. But before we get into that, go and have a look at this epic sighting in the Mara with the Topi boys.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the lions came out of where they were hiding before from that particular and there's a big altercation going on here. I'm not sure exactly what is the problem. These are the T-boys, and there's a huge fight going on, and that boy now running there is Moja Moja, and I think the fight was between the 5 T-boys against one called Kiongozi.
How crazy was that sighting? We were washed out, rained out this morning when we saw them. We thought, that is epic. Well, I hope that we all will be able to bring you some similar action this afternoon. We've got Cedric and Jamie up in the Lowveld, as well as Centura and David up in the Mara. So a lot to look forward to this afternoon. On our side, we're very thankful for the weather, like I said, and we're hoping that that means that the animals will also be very happy. Already on the open plains, we have the usual we expect here at Mabula, but we're going to go and look for the cheetahs yet again and hopefully be successful. Remember that we're live and interactive, so please send through those questions and those comments. You are one of the most important parts of this safari, and it is your safari, so please continue to send through those questions and those comments. I'd love to hear what you'd like to see out this afternoon. We will always stop when we see rhino, because we've had the most amazing sightings, haven't we, Cam? With them coming really close to our vehicle, being very relaxed. It's been wonderful, but we do need to start moving because it's a bit of a drive to the last area where the cheetah were found. I'm going to send you over to have a look at another amazing sighting with some elephants.
That was one sighting I am going to remember for a very long time in my guiding career. I mean, I have seen something similar, but today's one was super special, and I would imagine the directors will keep playing it every other day. Not sure for how long. For me, I don't know when I'll ever stop playing it. Well, rhinos, not sure whether Trish has black rhino or white rhino. Rhinos are one of the big 5. I have another member here of the big 5, and this is an elephant bull on a very warm afternoon of the Mara. Again, like during Mara Live when I said it's not humid, and I just said it's hot. Heat I can manage, humidity is what concerns me, and I am being told by the director of the drive, Nadine, that Trish had a white rhino. I mean, we also got white rhinos here, but basically they are not, I mean, native here. They were introduced. Our rhinos here are the black rhinos, and when we say the big 5, we always count the black rhinos and not the white rhinos. My big plans today were to look, as like just during my live, to look for my chicks from the grey crown cranes. They are gone, but I got a feeling those chicks are at the very same spot. Maybe it was too hot for them and they had gone elsewhere to feed, and possibly by the time we go back through the same area, I'll be able to see them. Now, Marcel, who is on camera with me, has not agreed fully that this is a tusker, just because his right tusk is not as big as the left one. We saw some other tuskers the other day, or some other elephant males the other day, which we agreed were true tuskers, and maybe this one could be 80-90% a tusker, feeding on this very soft grass. He has been here for quite some time, and I got a feeling he might remain here a little bit longer for one obvious reason. If he is running on his final dental formula, this is his place. And and Shania, I am passing your jumbos to this magnificent elephant, and to me and Marcel, we are giving you back our warm jumbos from the Mara. And I got a feeling he might spend more time here, maybe the rest part of the afternoon. It must be very wet where he is looking at that grass, and possibly that is helping him to cool off. Otherwise, it's quite hot to be out here feeding without him moving, and that's why occasionally you see a flap on his ears, as much as some cool breeze is picking up right now. And you can see how easy it is for him to rip the grass. At times when it's tough, or the grass is quite rooted, or the grass itself is hard, you'll see them using their trunk and giving the same grass a little bit of a kick to uproot it from the ground. But here, very easily going quiet and straight to the mouth. And he is not spitting much, meaning that maybe he is getting part of the roots of this grass with the water in them, and maybe everything going right through the tummy. I haven't seen him spit anything. Well, I want to swing by the area where I want to chance on my grey crown cranes and find out if they are back, and if lucky, see whether we are going to see the chicks. Cedric is looking at something that should be in the water, but it's outside the water. Let's find out what it is.
Well, this is quite an interesting thing. So we've got a baby crocodile that's in the grass here, and we're very far. Well, the closest water is Jack's Pan, and Jack's Pan is maybe about, I say, 300 meters from where we are. And this little baby crocodile is in the middle of nowhere. It's like it was actually on the road, and then this little croc pretty much ran into the grass here now. So it just shows you, I mean. And it's a small one. I mean, this croc is about, what, I say, just under 30 centimeters, yeah. That's still like a small croc. And just roaming around in the middle of the bush. But sometimes you'll find that they do trying to go from like one water hole to the next. Maybe it's too much pressure at another one, and they'll head to the next one. So exactly what this little croc has been doing. And it's been also a nice warm day. So nice to at least get a little bit of mobility in the body. Anyway, good afternoon everybody. My name is Cedric, and behind the camera with me we've got Bebo. That's it. And we're coming here directly from the northern Sabi Sands, where it is lovely and warm, actually humid. Been a lot of cloud around, but it's very humid. I can see all the little skulls. Now it blends in so well. I mean, we can be driving, if it was in the grass now, we would be driving right past it and we would not even know it's there. I mean, look at that. It just disappears in the grass. I don't think it's going to move too much now, because I think it got a fright while we were coming down the road. Shiv, yeah, you say it looks like a Rulani snack to you. I think it would be very interesting if a leopard came across this little croc. I think it would be fun and games, especially Rulani. I think it would be it would be epic, you know, just to see the interaction between the two. But yeah, I talked about Rilani as well, so I went to go and follow up on her where she was left this morning. Unfortunately, nothing to be seen, but we'll try again later on and let the day go by a bit. And then the jumping spider. There's a big jumping. Okay, hopefully it's not gonna. I'm just gonna duck. Hopefully it doesn't go beyond the bar. Look at this. Look at the jumping spider. Ooh, it's a very hairy jumping spider. My word. Well, I just jumped off. Oh, and in my head as well. Anyway, I think, well, let's go take a look at that beautiful highlight of Rulani from this morning. She likes this tree. That's gonna... What is it? Oh! Yes. Well, what a sighting that was this morning, El Rulani. She surprised all of us. I mean, we were like, I was just coming underneath the tree, waiting for her to come through and all that. Next moment, she came running out the bushes behind this other vehicle, chasing a scrubby, and then they came running past me this side. But it was just like that. It was like a flash. It was a geez whiskers situation right there. Well, it was very quick, very, very quick. But she missed. All right, now I'm not too sure. This might be eroded. All right, I'm going to see if I can get through this little spot here. I'm not too sure what's happening, but yeah, while we do that, let's head over to Centura as he's doing some birding.
Got another beautiful pond, but the pond is not just alone. There are some beautiful birds here. The white-faced whistling ducks at the edge of the pond. These ducks are herbivorous. They eat a lot of seeds and grains, but interestingly they can swim, and they have the tendency of completely get submerged in the water and dive down to the bottom and reach the tubers of the plant that they need. They can also mountain greenery, I agree with you. Our feathered friends are very, very colorful, and they're playing a very, very good role of maintaining this ecosystem. And look, these birds, they're sleeping. See how they have actually turned back their neck and head and had them between their feathers and the wings. They're sleeping and taking it very, very easy. Been a long, exhausting day of foraging. Now they're full and they're sleeping. And this is the best time for the sleep because they can be able to forage in the night. So often you can be able to see the white-faced whistling ducks hunting or foraging in the night, because sometimes they can be able to supplement their diet with small fish and crustaceans and mollusks. It is such a lovely time to watch them, and the light is very good. The water is not very deep. There's quite a lot of lilies, and they often see them turning the lilies upside down to reach what is behind those little large leaves of lilies. So while we move on and see what else is around this area to show you, let's join Jimmy doing some birding also.
Good afternoon, and there it goes. Just in time. We had a martial eagle, a juvenile. Just flew off the first time we spotted it, and it was relatively closer, and then it flew off to another big tree, and now it's gone, but I'm glad you got a glimpse of it. Good afternoon, everyone. I am out today on Sandringham. I am with Mpo and Simba. Simba's hiding in the back. And yeah, I had a plan to try and do more of the south this afternoon, trying to follow up on some lions still, although no one has reported any tracks or any signs of them. We're thinking, or I'm thinking at least, to try the south. So I'm going to first check out Serengeti. The plains flat area seems like a good spot to start off, and then take it from there. But as we've learned, sometimes you have a plan and sometimes it changes. Let's see. Damien, I hope you're right. Send us that energy. We're hoping that by having Simba with us today, we have some fresh, new energy that is going to revive us. We're all banking on Simba here. So if you missed last night, we had two rare crazy sightings back to back. And if you're interested in having a look or you missed it, there's a highlight coming up. Enjoy. But I've just found a large spotted genet in a tree. How cool is this? He looks very focused, maybe on a hunt. Genets eat, I think, they have quite a wide range in their diet. They're considered a carnivore. So yeah, a lot of insects, beetles, small vertebrates where possible, grasshoppers. How cool was that? We were super lucky, and initially when I saw it, I thought it was a bush baby, and we were very pleasantly surprised. And it stayed for so long. We had such a good sighting of that large spotted genet. Very special. So I'm almost in the very open area. There's some wildebeest feeding here, which they're actually quite relaxed, which is refreshing. Michelle, apologies, I forgot to introduce Simba properly. Simba is our tech support, and he arrived on site yesterday, and he decided to come and join us this afternoon. Right, I'm going to keep on moving. testosterone, yes, they do, but so do buffalo, actually. I would say buffalo a little bit more. Sound more like cows. Oh, it's looking very quiet here. Besides the odd impala. I'm gonna stop here and have a scan with binoculars, have a look around, and for now I'm gonna send you off to Cedric. Sounds like he had a really cool sighting with that little crocodile. We'll see.
A red-billed hornbill busy devouring a grasshopper. Trying to devour that grasshopper. Sometimes they'll try and rub the wings off on the branch, but this hornbill is loving it. A good meal. Oh, there, it's almost done. It's almost in. Nope, it's back out again. Softening it up. I can see the wing there, so maybe the wing is a bit of a problem. Oh, there. Andre, yes, awesome sighting with this red-billed hornbill. Trying to swallow the grasshopper now, but it's really struggling.
When nature calls, Maui is the only answer. Satisfy your wanderlust and take to the open road in one of our fully equipped motorhomes. Boasting a fridge, gas stovetop, AC and bathroom, our motorhomes are comfortable and spacious, making any self-drive adventure in the Kruger or garden route memorable. Whether you travel alone, as a couple or the whole family, Maui has a motorhome for you. Maui, home where you roam.
I'm Butch James, World Cup winning Springbok fly half. Rugby has taken me to many incredible places around the world, but it's Africa's wild places where I feel most at home. This July and August, after the Springbok tests against England, Wales and the All Blacks, join me on a series of luxury safaris. There we'll share some rugby stories, open fires and some incredible wildlife sightings, all under the African skies. See you in the bush.
Alright then, let me show you what you're missing. Our archive allows you to delve into the past, be it yesterday or many years ago. You can visit characters who've left us.
Doesn't ever get old.
This is, of course, the Little Prince, Hosanna, guides who've moved on to other things.
Tingana's walking right in front of my vehicle.
These guys are the sausage tree pride.
Classic stories and wonderful moments. Wild Earth Explorers, wilder together.
When adventure calls, answer with Brits. Take on Southern Africa's most breathtaking landscapes from behind the wheel of a fully equipped 4x4 or SUV. From tents and bedding to a fridge and full kitchen gear, everything you need is already on board. And with 24-hour roadside assistance, you're free to go further and explore with confidence. Open roads, total freedom, no limits, just the journey ahead. Brits, equipped for adventure.
All right, from our interesting red-billed hornbill, let's head over to some lilies there in the Mara with Sinchira.
Such a beautiful pond with a lot of water lilies, the white water lily. Look how they form on the surface of the water. They are very, very spread and they don't get submerged. They're just on the surface of the water. The surface of the leaf of the lilies is very, very covered with a lot of waxy cuticle that is actually very hydromorphic. That means it does not really, it repels off the water. It's very, very shiny. But the most interesting thing about these lilies is the fact that they are nocturnal. Look at this flower. It is completely closed. This morning, when I saw these flowers early this morning, they were open. But now, it's completely closed. The process of closing and opening them, it's very, very gradual. Now it's cooling down a bit, so they would actually start opening them. And by the time it is night hours, it's completely wide open, revealing white and yellow stamens right in the middle. They are being pollinated by beetles, and in the night there's quite a lot of beetles that would actually be visiting them. As soon as they open, there's a very, very strong smell, very sweet fragrance, and that is actually what attracts them. And by the time it gets in the morning, slowly, they would start closing because they don't want to get exposed to the heat. They close it again. And sometimes they would enclose the pollinators. They close the pollinators inside. And by the morning, they will release them out, but they are loaded with a lot of pollens and they can be able to move on and carry the pollens to the next lilies. How cool is that? Would be nice to see these lilies with the bright white creamy flowers completely open. It is fascinating. A lot of birds, there's quite a lot of life deep in. Behind them, there's sometimes a lot of fish and other aquatic life behind them, and they form this cover on top of the water, meaning that they can be able to reduce the evaporation of water as well as keeping the water cool, so the fish underneath remain cool. They don't really get exposed to a lot of light and heat. They have very nice long tubers that is actually attached to the ground that are full of parenchyma cells that is filled with air, and that is actually what makes it be buoyant. It is fascinating to watch this. Wow. It is beautiful.
How cute is this? That is a tiny baby. And Mum is very impressive too. I love when I think about any babies on this reserve, actually. They're so, particularly rhinos. Oh, it's time to have a little lie down. Oh my goodness, it's just so demanding to walk around all day, follow Mum. That's just too much work. But when I look at a baby rhino like this, I think, I feel so glad for it. It's relaxed and it's learned from mum how to be relaxed around vehicles and in this reserve. It hasn't experienced threat. It's just living its happy rhino life. Like all baby mammals, young rhinos will also spend a lot of time sleeping. But the survival instinct to keep up with mum is what trains the muscles and also the social interactions. It helps them to figure out when is mum too far away, when do I feel unsafe, but also getting all the muscles and bones working and coordinating well. Charlie, it's a tough life. It's just so tough being a tiny little tank. You know, if mum wasn't there and I drove by, I would think that's just a rock. Except those little satellite ears moving about. So now mum is about maybe 3 meters away from baby. And baby's decided to get up. Look at that horn. That horn is just a little lump, like a pimple. There we go. I know, Gianna. I know. Makes you kind of speechless, right? It makes you go all ooey gooey and baby voiced. Oh, look at you go now. You're in front of mum. I mean, it's the width of the mum's mouth. There's some wildebeest chasing each other, and that's what it's looking up at. Now, baby white rhinos will continue to be nursed for about a year or so. That's a very interesting question. We have a question coming from the MC this afternoon from Tadiwa. And Tadiwa wanted to know if there's ever a situation where the back horn is longer than the front horn, because this is typical. We have a long front horn and a shorter back horn, and the purpose of having two horns is sort of debatable. It's definitely debated within the scientific community, but it might be sort of a contingency horn, for lack of a better term. The front one, like you can see with this female, it's long. It could easily break, in which case, Tadiwa, the back horn would be the longer one. If we see how at the spot where you can see that the base is very thick and then it goes thinner, in that case it would be so. I have, however, seen with some individuals, if I recall correctly, it was a black rhino. It was a black rhino at Madikwe Game Reserve, where both horns almost seem to be about the same length. But it's definitely not ordinary to have these lengths swapped around, because it also doesn't make sense, right? It would be a mutation, a defect, essentially. Oh, look, it's practicing what it would look like if it had a long horn in the front. But it wouldn't make sense, because they're using the horns to defend themselves, to dig, potentially playing a role in sexual selection as well. But those primary things, that is to defend itself, because remember that rhinos have quite a high physical combat rate. They engage in physical combat a lot, and in fact, black rhinos, I think, have the highest mortal combat rate of all mammals. So they use that horn a lot, and if it was positioned in the opposite way, it just wouldn't work as well. They're so relaxed, they're coming right towards us. Doesn't this baby almost look like a little aardvark? You're so round with your ears. Now the growth of a horn, apart from the uses in the environment, there's also biological factors that we've got to take into account. You can see on the baby that it's the front horn that grows first, and the way that horns grow, whether it's a bony horn or a keratinous horn like this, there's a bud that begins this process, a bud of active cells that allows the growth of keratin out in that direction. And you can see it's very obvious on the front horn for this baby. Miss Carpenter, oh no, babe, oh, that mum just almost swiped the baby there. Miss Carpenter, you would like to know if the skin breaks when the horn comes through. No, it doesn't. At an embryonic stage, potentially, but I wouldn't be able to say that the skin breaks because the skin might not be at that stage yet to consider it a breakage in the skin. But once the baby is born, there's no break in the skin, because remember that have you ever seen a rhino tongue? You just did. This is so cute. So like our nails and our hair, oh goodness me, layers of keratin get deposited in sheets. Now in our hair, if you have a close look under the microscope, you'll see that it kind of looks like scales building on each other, and that's layers of keratin building on each other. On your nails, same thing, layers of keratin building on each other. Nothing is breaking through. And it's the same with the horn. This is just too much. Absolute cuteness overload. Oh, look, this tongue, you keep sticking your tongue out, baby. It looks a little snotty as well. Could you be licking your snot? Hope not. So, baby will be drinking milk for about a year. But it's already going to start eating vegetation. Tony, that's an excellent question. You'd like to know if mum adjusts her pace and movement to suit baby. Potentially. I can't say I've come across that specifically with rhinos. With elephants, there's definitely anecdotal evidence to suggest that mum slows down. But I'm talking about general movements, general feeding, etc. But the obvious change that we see is that she will wait for her baby. So she can tell that her baby is not with her. If it's too far away, she'll wait. And the other thing is that they'll bring the baby back. You know, they'll go and retrieve baby if baby is confused. I can't concentrate, everybody. This is so cute. I think I even heard it like slurp. Oh, there you go. You've been pulling some grass. This is what all baby rhinos should feel like. Absolute safety. Absolute safety and joy, just enjoying being a little rhino. Knowing that when you grow up, few things would dare to touch you. Oh, 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 oh. There's so many things to get used to. Now, this baby is just a couple months, eh? Not big at all. It's still got a little bit of that lankiness that we see in newborns that tends to last about a month or two. But for the most part, it's looking like a mini mum. So I'm going to say maybe 3 months. Say 2 to 3 months. So much to explore. Oh, you scratch yourself on Mum's horn. This one seems sassy. I like it. Too cute. We might stick around here a little longer. But for now, we're going to send you over to David in the Mara. He's actually at the river.
Just got to the river just to investigate the levels and see if there could be some big activity. Today is one of my afternoons that I would say have been very, very slow. And not much has been happening. I think just because of the heat of the day, everybody has slowed, including the animals. And I would want to believe most of them could be hiding in the grass. Also, a week tomorrow since I got here, I've always used this river as a rain gauge, because once I see the levels going up, I'll always know we got a lot of rain in my village. Some hippos there trying to put their head up, but it tells you how hot it is, because just the eyes that will allow to be up, and of course maybe looking at us, listening what could be happening out there, and then every couple of minutes just get the nostrils up for oxygen. Benji, the heavy rains have slowed down. They have not stopped. They have slowed down, because 3 days ago there's an area north of Kenya called Laikipia, and I was talking to some colleagues of mine there, and they told me they had some very heavy rain. There's another river there, Benji, called the Uwasoniro River, and they told me it's overflowing with water. So I would say they haven't stopped, they have subsided, they have reduced, but they will continue intermittently, depending maybe on the day and the time, possibly up towards May. That's my guess. I'm not sure what the weatherman has said, but Benji, I think, will still continue having the long rains. It's about 2 weeks now, if I listen to Marcel, what he tells me. When I got here, he told me it was about 10, 11 days without getting any big rains, and 6 days since I got here with no big rains. Well, Trishara is still enjoying the moment of that baby rhino.
It's just a gift that keeps on giving. It took a few steps towards us, looked a little bit curious. Oh, look at those sleepy eyes. It's a very content baby. Such a happy little rhino. And look at the way that the ears are moving. There's so many things that we see in adult rhinos that you can see exactly in the babies. The movement of the ears, the head to the ground, feeding, even though baby is mostly drinking milk at the moment. Mum's teats are very full and hanging down. But from a tiny, tiny little rhino, it's beginning to already resemble the movements and behavior of the adult. In some ways. There's Mum's teats hanging down there. You would have seen it between her legs. Oh, are we going in for a suckle? Time to go in for a suckle. No. Oh. This is just fantastic. Oh, hello. Well, I'm actually curious to see whether Mum will teach this baby not to get too close. Of course, if it gets too close, I'll give a little tap, but for now it's fine. Oh, it looks shocked. We are friends. There's so many people watching you. Mango, you say you'd love to see this little baby suckling from Mum? Well, if we wait long enough, it'll definitely happen. But this baby looks way too curious about the entire environment at the moment. It hasn't been feeding a lot on the grass, just taking a bit every now and then. Mostly this is about a sensory experience for the baby. Oh! Got some poop action. Might even be a poop face there. I was thinking we could go have a look at this baby rhino's dung once they move off and see how little it is. Mum looks tired as well. And she also looks a little skinny. If you look at the skin above the legs, just at that crest there, if you look down from the crest, she can be a little bit bulkier in that area. It looks like she's lost a bit of weight. Look at that fold. She could be a little thicker in that spot. But also, birthing a rhino calf, producing milk, all those things takes a toll on the body. Rhinos actually produce milk that's not very nutrient dense. In fact, black rhinos have the least nutritious milk across the mammals. But that's also why they can nurse their young for quite some time. Still, it's demanding on Mum. So it's only going to be a matter of time until she recovers. That bare patch, is probably so nice and warm because the air is still cold, but the sun is nice and warm. So I think that patch will just be so nice on that underbelly. But baby doesn't rest for long. Maybe 30 seconds and then she gets up again, or he gets up again. Oh. Oh, Judy, you'd like to know how it's tested, how nutrient dense each animal's milk is? How exactly samples are collected, I don't know. Maybe some very adventurous scientists. Well, actually what would happen is that they'd take samples from animals that are either in rehabilitation or in zoos, animals that have been darted. So when an animal is darted for relocation, a lot of samples are taken very quickly. You'll have multiple vets around, multiple biologists that are simultaneously taking samples, blood samples, tissue samples. If there's milk, they'll be taking milk samples. And specifically for mammal milk content, they're looking at what's the amount of lactose, or percentage of lactose, percentage of protein, percentage of fat, and then they will work out what the gross energy from that milk would be. And then if you do that as like a baseline for all mammals, then we can compare them.
When nature calls, Maui is the only answer. Satisfy your wanderlust and take to the open road in one of our fully equipped motorhomes. Boasting a fridge, gas stovetop, AC and bathroom, our motorhomes are comfortable and spacious, making any self-drive adventure in the Kruger or garden route memorable. Whether you travel alone, as a couple or the whole family, Maui has a motorhome for you. Maui, home where you roam.
I'm Butch James, World Cup winning Springbok fly half. Rugby has taken me to many incredible places around the world, but it's Africa's wild places where I feel most at home. This July and August, after the Springbok tests against England, Wales and the All Blacks, join me on a series of luxury safaris. There we'll share some rugby stories, open fires and some incredible wildlife sightings, all under the African skies. See you in the bush.
Hello, I'm James Hendry, and I'd like to take you on a very different kind of safari through the wild heart of Madagascar. In Undersea, we'll track the Indri's eerie call through misty rainforest. Then it's east on to Masuala, where lemurs leap through the jungle, coral reefs glow beneath the waves, and adventure waits around every bend. Come, let's explore it together.
At Wild Earth, we believe every story has the power to create change. That's why we've launched the Wild Earth Impact Foundation, a non-profit dedicated to conservation and social impact. By showcasing conservation stories, we can change lives, protect nature, and empower communities. We have partnered with Empowers Africa to accept tax-deductible donations from US donors. Your donation will help fund critical programs that support our mission. Join us and be part of the change.
When adventure calls, answer with Brits. Take on Southern Africa's most breathtaking landscapes from behind the wheel of a fully equipped 4x4 or SUV. From tents and bedding to a fridge and full kitchen gear, everything you need is already on board. And with 24-hour roadside assistance, you're free to go further and explore with confidence. Open roads, total freedom, no limits, just the journey ahead. Brits, equipped for adventure.
Many crustaceans in the water, that's what they actually eat. And that particular bird is really been there for quite a while, looking, staying motionless, waiting for a good opportunity to come her way or his way. Look at that. That big, it's sharp, it's like a spear. And that's actually what they use to catch and kill prey. They are versatile feeders. I've even watched one day eating another bird, which was a starling. And that was my first time to see a heron killing another bird. So they really have a very wide range of food source. So they're not just specialized in one particular feed, but they have a very wide range of things that they eat. So they will never ever go hungry. And this is not a common bird that you see every single day, so it's a very special sighting to see these birds because we don't see them a lot. We do see the black-headed heron, the gray-headed heron, but not this heron. It's very cool to see them. It is such a beautiful scene. So while we move on and see what else we could find around this area, let's see what Trishala has for us. That little rhino baby is the cutest thing on the planet.
Morning, everybody. Baby is finally suckling. Mum just keeps on moving though, and we've seen baby kind of like sidestep with its mouth open, hoping a teat falls into it. But it's also been making those little baby rhino squeaks. And we were just in the perfect position for this sighting. Stopped feeding. She's just standing still. No, that was Mum's flatulence, not the baby's. That's too big a trumpet for a baby. I love the stomping of the feet as well. As if that's going to make the milk come quicker. Big huff, and baby got a shock. She wants to continue eating because now she huffed and she continued to eat. There we can see baby between her legs there. Oh yes, I feel a nap coming on. This wonderful, soft, warm sun. Mum close by, not a care in the world. Recently fed. Perfect. Now, as soon as they move a little further away from us, we'll start up and we'll continue on because this was just wonderful. But I don't want to start up right next to him because then they'll get scared. So for now, I'm going to send you off to Cedric, who seems to have hopped off the vehicle.
Nice, having all those little potatoes outside in Mabula. And well, we are pretty much out here on foot at the moment with Biba and myself. So what we've done here now, we've come to a termite mound that's actually used to be the den site of the clan in this area, the northern clan. And I just came to just stop here just to see exactly what's happening around at this den site, because I see there's a lot of fresh spurs here, and there's a lot of fresh sand that's been thrown out of this hole. So I'm thinking, what could what's in here? What could it be? And then I could see like a little warthog track here. You can see a warthog track, typical warthog with a real square kind of shape. And then while we were standing here prepping for our off the vehicle here, because just remember there's two entrances to this mound, and the other entrance, a couple of warthogs came running out there. Luckily not out of this one, because at the end of the day you do not want to stand in front of a hole like this, because if a warthog does come here and darts out here with those big tusks, it could actually sever your leg completely. So you always don't want to approach this thing. You've got to approach it from the side and be very, very cautious. But at this point in time I'm not being very cautious. Why? Because I knew that the warthogs have gone already. Miles, no, they did say peekaboo a little bit earlier, but there's no more peekaboo anymore. So yeah, so I think the warthogs, as I said, there's another entrance at that side, and they darted out from there. But it's definitely utilized, and this mound is a very well-known mound because, as I said, there was a clan, our hyena clan, that used this den site for quite some time, with Ribbon and Corky, Gangarika, Bilu. They all had their cubs in this area, at this den site, over the last couple of years. So that's why I thought maybe just come out and take a look. You never know. But as I can see, it's pretty much been utilized by warthogs, but also other animals as well. You'll find like snakes, pangolin, aardvarks, honey badgers. There's so many different kinds of animals that'll use these termite mounds with the holes like this as a house, as a burrow, as a den. So yeah, but anyway, on top of that, everybody, I think let's head over to the Mara to catch up with David.
My mission here has been to just moving around and finding out what I will see. And I'm sure you all know the vegetation in the Mara compared to the low veld. One, the grass here gets very, very high, very tall, and it could be very difficult, I would say, to see a well-formed, den of hyenas because of how thick or how high the grass goes here. And I'm sure we got dens all over. If we spend more time looking for them, we'll definitely find them. But the Mara, there's always a lot to see as how we move. Just a few minutes earlier I was talking to the game warden of this particular area. The Mara National Reserve, I'm sure it's huge, it's humongous, by any standard. And so we'll have game wardens and game rangers, stationed in a particular area. So, but of course there's the overall top guy. And because I didn't go to find out how the Topi boys were doing from the altercation this morning, and maybe at one point today, before we end the drive, I'll be requesting the director of the drive, Nadine, to play us that clip for those of you who could have been sleeping that time early morning, and especially the people from the Western world, in the US, for example, and other parts of the planet. And I asked him what's the current status, because what happened is this morning there was a huge, I would call it, this time it was more of a fight. There has always been bad blood between one of the T-boys called Kiongozi and the other six. But more often than not, during those altercations, Vuli is never involved. And this morning we saw one big one. We were not live, and strange. Kiongozi is still alive, and the game warden has told me all of them are sleeping in the Bila Shakalaga, but it's a very difficult place to see them. And he told me peace is back, and you might not, think they're the same animals that we're fighting. Not sure what time, Nadine, are you ready to play that clip for us? But I would be very happy if you could do that for us. And I'm sure at one point, Nadine is going to play us that clip. But in the meantime, let's find out what Nadine is doing off the vehicle.
Welcome back. We've jumped off the vehicle and I am going to chat a little bit about some elephant dung. So we've been seeing obviously a lot of dung. We have no shortage of elephant sightings. Just have a look at that. And I have mentioned this before, but if you look at an animal's dung, you can tell a lot about what it actually eats and how it digests this. And you can see there's so many grass fragments and it's all pretty whole still. This branch is also pretty whole. And it just tells us that it's very poorly digested, and elephants in fact only digest about 50% of what they eat, so they need to continuously feed and feed. And their dung is a whole ecosystem on their own, which really drives home the point of how elephants are keystone species and how they shape their environments. This dung will be a great food source for other animals. And in fact, elephants hardly digest marula fruits that they eat, and they will come out whole in their dung, and other animals can now eat those fruits as well. But not only that, that also serves as a great seed dispersal mechanism for a lot of trees, specifically marula trees and baobabs and even some acacias. And it's not uncommon to find other animals scratching around in the dung to find some seeds that might not have been digested fully. That will serve as a great food source for a lot of birds and obviously the dung beetles. And I'm really sad we're not seeing them now because it is not the season. As we head into winter, the dung beetles have already buried their balls, but they rely on the dung as well for reproduction and to lay their eggs. And so, yes. So this is really important. This is a whole ecosystem on its own and provides a lot of food and sustainability for other species. And yes, Pam, it is feeling like straw. It's very, very dry. There is some more fresh dung on the road, but I would take my chances with the drier dung instead. We're going to continue. We're on the airstrip at the moment, and we've crossed the river safely, even though Umpo doubted me. And I'm going to send you back to Trishada.
Because I gotta ready myself. Am I live? Yeah. Oh. Hello, everybody. I didn't hear you at all. I am, unfortunately, I didn't hear you at all, so I was just trying to clean my instrument here, my pokey, because the last time we were, what were we looking at? We were looking at some amber or the sap. We were looking at the sap, and I decided to probe the sap with my pointer. Now she's dirty. So, and we wanted to jump off the vehicle and look at some stuff. But, that was easy. It just flaked right off. Anyway, you caught me off guard there, everybody. Let's keep going. So we're now heading over to Stephanie, you say surprise, Trish. It is a surprise. Actually, did I miss the road? No. It is a surprise, but you know what? That happens more often than you may think. But it's okay. I always feel like either you're gonna catch me being super nerdy, which I have no problem with, or you're gonna catch me eating a banana or drinking some water. So all good. So, okay, so the update, we left the rhinos, but the reason that we were in the area in the first place was because we were looking for the cheetah. Unfortunately, our game drive radio is not playing along, and we think it might have gotten soaked in the rains. So we're just going in blind. We did see some tracks, but they were old tracks. They were probably from this morning, because they were really, really hard, as if they were created when the ground was muddy and then dried. So not from right now. And we followed up and we couldn't find anything. So now we're going to head towards that area where we did have a sighting of the wild dogs, or others did, some time back.
Thank you, Trish. Nice still having those rhinos. What a beautiful sighting. Mom and her little calf. Absolutely stunning. All right, so I'm now pretty much heading towards Chitwa Dam. I'm going to go see what's around Chitwa Dam. Cool. Good luck there, schools. Good luck. I'm sure you're going to tola.
Ja, dat zal weer doen naar Hofman.
So I just said that there's some lion tracks coming in from the south, most probably on Seville Pride. So yeah, I think you might be following up on that. But anyway, as I was saying, I'm going to go to Chitwa Dam. I'm going to take a look there. Maybe Rulani, that young leopardess, she might have been gone. She might have gone behind the dam wall during the day. So because it's nice and cool behind there, so I'm just going to quickly take a look around that side and to see if I'm lucky with her or with. I've got a feeling we might see hippos at Chitwa Dam. I think so. What do you think, Bibo? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got a feeling. Yeah, I've got a feeling there might be hippos that side. All right, well, we're gonna get to Chitwa Dam. Yeah, let's head back to David with some antelope.
Maybe Rulani, possibly, and that could be something pretty cool. And I think Cedric had Rulani this morning, if I'm not very wrong. And I got some antelopes here, and what is interesting, I got both impalas and the waterbucks. Now, all my impalas are boys, and all the waterbucks are girls. Maybe there's one boy, in with the waterbucks. I think I might have seen, because if you go a little to the right there, Marcel, you're going to see somewhere there. I can see some horns, hopefully not from the impala. But initially I thought I had all girls here and, waterbucks, and all boys here, impalas. I see some horns through the grass there. I'm not sure who they belong to, but my guess is possibly they would be from the waterbuck. These are the first waterbuck, and the impalas will remain impalas, and the other species of waterbucks, or rather the other subspecies of the waterbucks, would be the common. Yes, now you can see from those horns there, the rack of horns, huge. It's a huge male by any standard, I would say. He could be managing most of the females here. He is big. His rack of horns are also huge. And I wonder Not once we've seen a social structure of a male with a couple of females. Stephanie, this is strange for me too. And Jumbo, Stephanie, how are you doing today? Always wonderful to hear your name. Because unlike that one particular male waterbuck, it has been like, I thought, all females waterbucks, all males impalas. Something I haven't seen before. But again, I would say once in a while this we see, and maybe just a coincidence they happened to be together, apart from being brought together here by food. I'm sure, Marcel, those alleys are quite a distance, but no, sure you can just give us a panoramic view of the alleys just slightly bit outside the marsh area. Well, wonderful. Good job, Marcel. And this is what makes the Mara quite unique. I mean, regardless of, or when we do not, we don't have the cat luck, we don't see any lions or cheetahs or other cats. We'll always have some beautiful landscapes to show, and the landscapes will always be dotted by either, the impalas we're just watching, waterbucks, and now the ellis from a distance. The greener patch of grass you see there, that's the marsh area. And then on top, it's not that grass is not green, but this is the red oat grass, which will always appear with its spikelets, like, the yellowish or golden, and you may think it's not green, but it's quite green currently and very juicy. The temperatures are coming down now, and we're starting to get a bit of nocturnal life coming in, especially the birds. I want to push a little further to some forest and see whether I'll be able to see some pigeons or some parrots that I had seen earlier this morning in this area. In the meantime, let's go to Centura, who has hopped off the vehicle.
Sijasikia tena.
Well, something is hiding in the grass. It's a buffalo. I think it might be the same male buffalo that we saw yesterday afternoon. Morning, afternoon. I said afternoon. He's definitely, he's even lying down now. He's even going to sleep. No, he's flat cat. Well, it was not really a cat, but let's say flat buff. He's loving life here next to Chitwa Dam at the moment. So yeah, he's not going to move. A guy like this, you're very vulnerable. Unfortunately, once again, our lions ain't here. Our lions and Kuruma Pride is all in the west. and one or two of them is in the north in the Manyeleti with the two Nzenga males. Apparently those two male lions are also in the north in the Manyeleti. So our lions are not here at the moment. The only ones that we might have is in Several Pride that sounds like they might have come across. But anyway, but yeah, we've got nice buffalo hippos. Yeah, I've told you we're going to find hippos at the dam. And as you can see, they are right next to the edge here, enjoying early, late afternoon entertainment this side. Look at that. Isn't that lovely? Oh, nice that they're very close to this side this afternoon. Yesterday they were a little bit further out. And you can see very, oh, he's going to open his mouth maybe. Come on, open your mouth. Well, I think this pod of hippos is so used to vehicles stopping next to the dam area like what we're doing now. It's like they're not really, there's no aggression, nothing's shown. There's a little bit more playtime than anything else. There's a beautiful light on them this afternoon. And especially that they're so close that we can really get a good look at them. Come on, open the mouth. Open, open, open. There you go. Thank you. There we go. A little bit of grunting there from the hippos. Oh, it's nice to hear them, and it's just the power of their noise is just really kind of, echoes around the dam area.
When nature calls, Maui is the only answer. Satisfy your wanderlust and take to the open road in one of our fully equipped motorhomes. Boasting a fridge, gas stovetop, AC and bathroom, our motorhomes are comfortable and spacious, making any self-drive adventure in the Kruger or garden route memorable. Whether you travel alone, as a couple or the whole family, Maui has a motorhome for you. Maui, home where you roam.
I'm Butch James, World Cup winning Springbok fly half. Rugby has taken me to many incredible places around the world, but it's Africa's wild places where I feel most at home. This July and August, after the Springbok tests against England, Wales and the All Blacks, join me on a series of luxury safaris. There we'll share some rugby stories, open fires and some incredible wildlife sightings, all under the African skies. See you in the bush.
Did you know that 90% of Madagascar's wildlife exists nowhere else on Earth? The Indri's haunting howl echoes through misty rainforest, a sound we will never forget. Travel east where lemurs soar through emerald canopies and coral reefs shimmer beneath turquoise seas. This isn't just a journey. It's a once-in-a-lifetime wildlife adventure I'd like to take you on. Join me, James Hendry, on this exclusive island safari.
The Wild Earth Impact Foundation is a non-profit that uses the power of wildlife storytelling as a force for good. We create sustainable development projects that showcase conservation stories, empower people, and inspire environmental action. As a registered South African PBO, you can make a tax-deductible donation to the Wild Earth Impact Foundation. To find out more, visit our website.
When adventure calls, answer with Brits. Take on Southern Africa's most breathtaking landscapes from behind the wheel of a fully equipped 4x4 or SUV. From tents and bedding to a fridge and full kitchen gear, everything you need is already on board. And with 24-hour roadside assistance, you're free to go further and explore with confidence. Open roads, total freedom, no limits, just the journey ahead. Brits, equipped for adventure.
Over. Ooh. This is not, it's not super hard actually. If you roll it over, you can see that its scales are pretty smooth, and you can see that olive color. Very smooth scales. And I'm going to turn it around again. I mean, I wonder if we could have a good look at its eye, although usually that's the first thing to go after an accident. But if I just pull up the eye there, let me use another tool. There's the eye. Unfortunately, because eyes are fleshy and full of moisture and jelly, they go very quickly after an impact. Okay, so this is the really important part. There's two things that we're going to look at that are quite important. I'm going to turn it back over. So I'm just going to put my sunglasses on, because even though it's dead, if I start moving around the fangs and accidentally squeeze a venom gland, it can still push out venom. Cam, you good?
That's a good sunglasses.
Do you have sunglasses?
Oh well, just let me put the camera there. I'll get them.
Cam is just going to grab his sunglasses quickly. So I didn't realize that Cam would also be staring at the snake's face. There he comes. There we go. All right, we're ready. We're ready. So, the Mozambican spitting cobras have quite short fangs. Now, the venom glands sit just on the bottom jaw here and over the eye here. So the way that the spitting cobra spits is that it's short. I'll put this here like this. Its short fangs are up here. You can barely even see it. There's one. It's very, very short, just a couple millimeters. Now, if I had to press against this, I would be engaging that venom gland, and it would spit. It would spray. And it can spray something like 2 meters. Its tongue is also really interesting. I can't see it. Oh. Is that it? There we go. There's its tongue. Now, with its nostrils, it doesn't smell, but it's got a vomeronasal organ up here. You know the thing that we always talk about when an animal phlegm and grimaces? And so with this tongue, it licks the air, collects those particles, and then lifts the tongue over into that vomeronasal organ. And that's where it does the detecting, the scent. There's a lot to chat about here, but I might throw this guy back into the bush so he can be with the rest of the bush. But we can talk more about its venom, the way that the fangs are shaped, and things like that in a moment. But I'm going to send you over to David for now in the Mara.
I think the tongue of most reptiles are very, very important. To cover snakes and monitor lizards, but maybe not for crocodiles. I don't think the tongues are very helpful to the crocodile, if they do have any. Sometimes we think they have something similar to a tongue glued to the lower jaw. Now, I stepped out here because I want some help from all of you. There's an app we have seen, I think, in Google. I'm not sure it's in Google, where when you point it to a particular plant, flower, bush, it will give you the name. I'm not sure how accurate that is, but I've been trying for the last couple of weeks or months to identify this particular bush or plant. When you were small little boys, you would go out to herd, cows, sheep, goats in the village. It's still done up to now. And then when you'd feel hungry, you'd carry a small piece of rope or some sort of string, and of your 10 goats or 10 sheep, there'll always be 1 or 2 that will always be naughty. They're never the same. They'll always have different personalities. And what you would do as a boy is to run and catch the foot of the naughty one, get the string or the rope, and tether it against this bush. I know it in a few local languages, but I want to give you one that I would say it's called mahenga. Mahenga because if you'd walk, however strong you are, maybe tall and strong like Big James, and you stumble on this, it's going to send you flying on the ground. And if you tether the goats or the sheep, even cows, on the base of this, it looks very small. And like you can easily approach it, but I can tell you, even me and Marcel, not sure who is stronger, but even me and Marcel combined together, we cannot uproot this. The local name I won't give you today is Mahenga. Marcel, do you want us to try today or tomorrow? Marcel says tomorrow. But it's called Mahenga, but it's very, very strong. So what I'm saying, not sure how good the light is from your screens. If you could find out, Mahenga is the name, yes. If you could find out for, its English name, botanical name, or any very simple, basic English name, I would be very happy. Of all the animals we see here, all of them. I mean, elephants, giraffes, impalas love them. They love the leaves. The leaves are quite soft, and I think they are quite nutritious. But the herbivores in general will always come eat the leaves, not the twigs, but it's only the elephants that are able to uproot it from the ground. That shows you how strong the elis are, not any other animal is able to do that. So if you can tell the friend of control what the name you think this is, I'd be a very happy person as we take you back to the reptile with Trishala.
I still do have that snake, but I know that this is not everyone's cup of tea. So if you'd prefer to have a cup of tea, perhaps this is the time to get it. I won't be long, just another minute or two. We want to just be able to sex this snake, and we finally got a good view of the fangs. So if you want to take a little break, go for it now, because we're going to look at the snake again. Okay. Oh, I felt like Horatio Kane and CSI there for a moment. Oh, goodness me. Okay. Yeah, I need a theme song. So, I finally found the fang, and you can see how short it is. Look at that. Very, very short fang. It's just there. Can you see it, Cam?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Giraffe Girl. You say this is an epic sighting. We should be safe. Absolutely. When we see things like this, it's so important to learn from them because we don't get this opportunity. This is a snake that causes some serious harm. Cytotoxic venom is flowing through the snake. So it really is, we don't get the opportunity to see these sorts of things. So I'm glad that you enjoyed it. But I'm going to flip him around there now. And I'm just going to very quickly do a little diagram for you. So, this is what the fang of a non-spitting snake looks like. You can see that this spot here is quite round. That's where the venom goes through like that, and it goes into a body because it's being injected. For a spitting cobra, or any snake that spits, because a ringtail also spits, but it's not a cobra, it's very small. That allows it to create a lot of pressure for it to spray out. Okay, moving. There's a vehicle behind us as well. Let me quickly take you down to this end, or maybe would you like me to move it? Yeah? So, if we look down at this end, we're just trying to figure out the sex of the snake. So for a male, generally when we're looking at snakes, males tend to have longer tail ends. So this is the cloaca right here. You can see the scale is different. So this is the tail. And males tend to have a long, skinny one, and females tend to have more of a stout one. Now also, the males, if you look here, you can see two kind of ligaments coming out. Can you see that? That's the hemipenis. So for young snakes, you can kind of squeeze them out, but this is a significant snake. This is like 1 meter. And that's typical of a Mozambican spitting cobra. I think the longest one that was found was about 1.5 meters, actually in KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. Anyway, I'm glad that we could spend some time with the snake and be educated, even though it's lost its life. And we're going to send you over to Jamie in the Lowveld for now.
Welcome back, everyone. We've just come across some dwarf mongoose. A little bit skittish. Look at that. Oh, sweet. So it looks like they've inhabited an old termite mound, which is not unusual. And again, illustrating how vital termite mounds are for ecosystems. And termite mounds will stop getting used if there's any severe drought or other environmental conditions. And then other small mammals like the dwarf mongoose can then inhabit these perfect little microclimate homes. So dwarf mongoose are cooperative breeders, meaning that the relatives born within that litter or that group help raise the next generation of youngsters. There'll be a single breeding pair and a very strict hierarchical system. They're being very shy, but I'm so glad we saw them. It's been quiet for us this afternoon. Some impala are walking around us as well. I'm just going to spend a bit of time here since it's been quiet. We've had a look in the riverbed for first tracks, but unfortunately no lion tracks so far. So these dwarf mongoose specifically will have different vocal calls or alarm calls for different situations. And when they found new food sources, they will emit a sound of excitement. And for instances of danger, they'll also have a different alarm call. And they will also have individuals that will act as sentries and keep a lookout while the rest are foraging, and alternate turns in doing that. Very curious indeed.
Well, so we've got a double-banded sandgrouse. And with this male, you can see the male's got the beautiful black and white lines just behind the top beak on the forehead. Very, very pretty. Like that black, and I got that little bit of that white as well. Lovely, lovely patterns on his feathers. And then just to the right, you'll see that the female does not have that black and white. And patterns is also quite pretty, but not as prominent as the male. Oh, they're busy preening themselves. Many times they are almost like territorial. I always find them at the same places over and over and over again. And most of the time on the roads, easy for them to fly and take off from the road itself than being in the grass. As well as you can pick up on all the little seeds that's on the ground. Very interesting little ones because they're almost like they've got short legs when they do walk. It's not like a Franklin or a Spurfell where you see their legs. I think as well as it's a monogamous relationship between the two. Oh, he's creeping up to her. Oh. It's definitely very pretty colors, but look at this. What's he doing? He's one step at a time. One step at a time. He's got to play his cards correctly. Oh. I'm not too sure when the courtship is happening and how the courtship looks with the double-banded sandgrouse. But even she's got beautiful little patterns on those wings. It's also got that lovely like band around the neck area or like the chest area. Also that white and black band. And I think they're both puffing themselves up. I think it's just due to the day, time of day. If they're busy preening like that, many times you'll find, especially like your Franklins, Spurfells, these sandgrouse, when they spend the day on the sand, maybe like kind of puffing themselves up and just to really rearrange their feathers and sorting themselves up. So yeah. But also I love that little yellow ring around the eye area. Very, very stunning as well. Even the female's got the yellow ring, but not as prominent as the males. Well, we can so take a look around here. I'm going to start looking around. I'm trying to see if we can pick up on Rulani now because it's getting to that time of the day. So it's starting to get a little bit cooler and better. So yeah, we're going to continue doing a little bit of a scratch around, maybe even Kuchaba this side, the other leopardess as well. So we're in the area of those two leopards. All right, while we're going to do that, I think let's head back to Trishala to see if she survived the snake.
We did manage to survive. It's proof of life, everybody. We survived our interaction with the snake. We were really careful though. Didn't put pressure on any sections because you never know. Could the snake have emptied its venom glands? Because remember, the venom is not continuously well, I suppose it is just very slowly, continuously filling up that gland. But we don't know what the circumstances were around before it died. Whether it was spraying to defend itself against something, whether it was just a quick car movement, we don't know. But I think it was Britain, Texas asked if we could kind of express that gland. I don't think we would have. It's a bit too risky. I mean, the snake has now no control over the pressure, so who knows where we would have gone. And remember that even though it can blind you, and if it actually envenomates you, so actually bites you and injects venom into you, that cytotoxic venom is going to go into cells and basically cause cell death. It's just going to necrotize tissue all over the site, and most often, even though there aren't a whole lot of reported deaths when it comes to Mozambican spitting cobras, there's a lot of disfigurement. Now, if it sprays on our hands, for example, there may be a rash, but it's not going to get into our bodies. However, it can if you have cuts, so we weren't going to take that risk. Ooh, good question. Nadine was just wondering. Never mind. But we could take out the venom, yes, we could. It's just risky. Remember that venom is just different types of proteins. So if it's ingested, your body is going to break it down like any other protein that you may eat, as long as you don't have cuts or ulcers in your stomach lining. And oh, that sounds terrible. But if you're all intact, you can technically drink the venom and there be no problem. This is not advice. This is like the disclaimer at the beginning of a wrestling show. I'm gonna grab that question from you again, Nadine. It was something about the skin from Annie. Hi, Annie. Oh, will the skin still shed when it's dead? No, it won't. Shedding skin, there's an active component to shedding skin. So we're just heading round to the other side of the mountains. This is the edge of the mountain now. You see that slope? So we're going over to the other side because we're hoping again to see the wild dogs. But there's an active component to shedding, and that involves either moving air or liquid between the new skin and the old skin, and that's a bit of an active process. So it won't shed now that it's dead. And they have a remarkable strike rate. There was a really interesting study done on spitting cobras, not Mozambican spitting cobras specifically, but on spitting cobras. And it took photographs of humans, sometimes with the eyes badly placed or misplaced, so it didn't quite look human, but they were still human eyes. Human eyes without a mouth, or human faces without a mouth. And they did different experiments on the strike rate with actual human faces moving and static, pictured human faces, so not real, just printouts, moving and static, and then hands moving and static. And actually found that they would only strike at moving objects, moving eyes. They wouldn't even strike at the moving hands, and wouldn't strike at the static eyes, which is really, really interesting. And they have a strike rate of in the 80s. They can also control the pressure of the venom coming out into the fangs, so that they could change whether they want to do a direct hit or more like a spray, so like a shotgun versus I was about to say a 9mm, and then I felt like Horatio Kane from CSI yet again. But what a level of control. And if you think about how biologically valuable venom is, it makes sense. Hello Impalis. We haven't stopped for you in a while. Holly, you'd like to know if the venom has any medicinal purposes? Well, one major one, we can create anti-venom with venom. So that is a major medicinal purpose of venom. But there might be other rituals that are associated with the venom of certain animals, not always snakes. It could be the venom of spiders, jellyfish. But I can't think of any off the top of my head. If I had, cytotoxic venom really creates damage immediately. And because they are part of the Naja genus, true cobras, they also have a little bit of neurotoxic venom. That means it's affecting the way that neurons operate. It can cause spasms, seizures, breathing can cease. There's a whole lot going on. And if I was going to say, if there was a medicinal purpose for any venom at whatever quantity, I would say neurotoxic would be more that way inclined than cytotoxic or hemotoxic. But I have no idea. Anyway, let me send you over to Jamie, who's exploring Sandringham, and we are going to explore over on this side.
Welcome back. We are still exploring on the southern side of the reserve. So I just want to show you on the map where we've been. And today has been new roads again, so that's always exciting. All right, Mpo is on it. So we had crossed the river over here, and this long straight stretch is the airstrip. And I know Amy has had a leopard sighting there before. I remember watching her segment where she reacted pretty much how I did last night with the honey badger. And we've come around here. I had a look in this riverbed over here for any tracks. Unfortunately, no luck. Come around here, and I plan to do this way back. So you can stick with us for a bit. It's a beautiful scene. The sun's going down, and we're just enjoying the journey. In case you missed the honey badger sighting last night, we're going to show you a quick replay. Look at that! Oh my goodness. What? How cool is that? I am still so shocked that we saw 2 honey badgers. That is unreal. And I was almost tempted to go back to that road tonight, but I thought I would come explore the south and see if I can pick up any lion tracks. And this road is freshly graded, so there's no tracks on here. But we're slowly making our way to the river again, which will, I think, be a beautiful sunset actually, by the looks of it. Some secrets about Mpo. Well, I've only known him for about 5 days. You know, I don't think it's a secret, but he's a very chilled guy. Yes. He's very chilled, and he's always up for a good time. He can survive going on a lot less sleep than I can, so that's what I can tell you about him. Hey, Mpo?
Yes.
Yeah, he's strong. Stronger than me.
When nature calls, Maui is the only answer. Satisfy your wanderlust and take to the open road in one of our fully equipped motorhomes. Boasting a fridge, gas stovetop, AC and bathroom, our motorhomes are comfortable and spacious, making any self-drive adventure in the Kruger or garden route memorable. Whether you travel alone, as a couple or the whole family, Maui has a motorhome for you. Maui, home where you roam.
I'm Butch James, World Cup winning Springbok fly half. Rugby has taken me to many incredible places around the world, but it's Africa's wild places where I feel most at home. This July and August, after the Springbok tests against England, Wales and the All Blacks, join me on a series of luxury safaris. There we will share some rugby stories, open fires and some incredible wildlife sightings, all under the African skies. See you in the bush.
For over 10 years, we have been devoted to tracking and protecting endangered mammals in South Africa. But we can't do this alone. We need your help. Join our Art for Conservation worldwide online auction, showcasing work from incredible wildlife artists. Your winning bid contributes directly to the protection of these mammals. For more, visit voucherlegacy.co.za.
When adventure calls, answer with Brits. Take on Southern Africa's most breathtaking landscapes from behind the wheel of a fully equipped 4x4 or SUV. From tents and bedding to a fridge and full kitchen gear, everything you need is already on board. And with 24-hour roadside assistance, you're free to go further and explore with confidence. Open roads, total freedom, no limits, just the journey ahead. Brits, equipped for adventure.
It's Instagram, and you'd be able to see what Mpho looked like. We did a little bit once upon a time. It was probably a year ago now. Speaking of the dates, one of the ladies from conservation, lovely person, Dory, messaged me and let me know that that rhino calf was born on the 20th of March, so it's only a month old. Little thing, and it's already so stocky and spunky. I know! So we were really lucky with that sighting, just a month old. That was too sweet. You can see that the environment's gotten a little different now, right? It's quite rocky. That's because we're cutting across the mountain. But when we end up on the other side, that's when the search starts. So I'm going to send you over to Cedric. Let's see what he can reveal about Mpho. He'll probably tell you that he's as lovely as I said.
All right, thanks, Trish. Well, we are just trying to focus on finding this cat here somewhere. So unfortunately I haven't been listening to Nadine much, so I'm just trying to see, because I know that they said the kudus were alarm calling in this area. I don't want to miss a track here at all.
I'm checking Eastern Road here. I'm need to check National Hotel. Okay, I'm just going to check the Galvin boundary way. See if we just made a little bit cutback on the end. Yeah, that will help me. I was planning to do that after checking this Eastern Road.
And the thing is, Rulani is loving to use Chitwa's, like the lodge area, because there's about maybe 2 or 3 herds of Nyala that tend to utilize this area here in Chitwa, and then they come out a little bit here and then they go back into the lodge area. And it seems like Rulani these days has really picked up on taking advantage of that. And I know 1 or 2 of these Nyala herds here, they've got little ones, and it'll be also very much perfect for her. Alright, well, we're going to just try and take a look here quickly at the airstrip area. I think let's head back to Jamie in Sandringham.
We're still scanning around, and we've done a big loop along the Timbavati River, but it's still very quiet, so I thought I would take the time now to just chat and explain a little bit more about the research that I've done. I have mentioned this in bits and bobs, so some of it will be a little repeated, but I did my master's on leopards of the Cape, and a lot of people like to ask me if they're a separate subspecies. So they are not officially classified as subspecies. There are 9 subspecies of leopard, such as the snow leopard and Arabian leopard, but the leopard of the Cape is why we term it leopard of the Cape. We don't want to say Cape leopard and make it seem like there's a subspecies. But what's incredible about that species and leopards in general is how resilient they are. Leopards in the Cape are the last remaining apex predator, and they are surviving still and under a lot of pressure with a landscape that is really transformed for agricultural purposes. So the study was really important to understand where leopards move. It's incredible that they live on those mountain ranges still, but unfortunately they need to move at some point. So they need to disperse, they need to find new mates and start establishing their own territories. In order to do that, they need to cross over unsuitable habitat. So our job was to find out where do they do this, and then to prove and provide evidence for that. We put up camera traps, and we were able to confirm that they do use certain corridors. And now we want to work with people and landowners and stakeholders in those areas to safeguard those passages and make sure that when leopards are moving there, that they're actually going to be safe, because they do encounter livestock and they are opportunistic hunters, so they will kill livestock should the opportunity arise. But what is incredible about how they've survived there is that they're obviously the last remaining apex predator, but they've adapted to their habitats and their prey base, and they're actually half the size of savanna leopards. So there's not a lot of prey left. I guess the largest prey species for them might be duiker and some porcupine, but since their prey base is a lot smaller, they have become a lot smaller in size. And there's actually a recent study that has just been published. You're welcome to check it out. It's not part of my research, but they have officially classified the leopards of the Cape as a evolutionary significant unit. Now, this doesn't mean that it's a separate subspecies, but it is different enough because it cannot it cannot be reproducing with the populations in the savanna in the northern parts of South Africa. So for that reason, they've classified it now as an evolutionary significant unit. We're just still hearing a lot of impalas rutting in the background. Tina, no, I have not seen a Cape leopard. I really wish I had, but someone had asked me this the other day, and I did answer this question, but it really made me think of how elusive they are. And they were on camera traps, and we got them, and in really accessible areas. I was moving in those areas a few days before, and then I come and check a camera trap weeks later, and they are there. So it's incredible how they've managed to stay so undetected and fly under the radar. So I haven't seen them myself. looks like Cedric has some wild dogs for you. We'll catch up with you just now.
But wild dogs, yeah. Where's try and look where the. I'm gonna stop here. Just take a look. So the impalas are running around here. Oh God, there. Guys, Mahloa on Chitwa airstrip. You see it? Chitwa airstrip. Let's quickly go. Oh, can you believe it? Huh? Is one of them? Huh?
Yeah, it's running behind us.
It's coming behind us. Okay. Alright, let me just quickly go this side. I think I see what you're saying. It's just one is coming this side as well. There's two. Alright, let me stop there. And there's impalas all over here. Yo, last time I saw wild dogs full. This is fantastic. Watch how their ears are down. That ear is down, it's coming. It's going to start running. Yeah, the Slami and Mahloa now busy lunging all the mala here. Watch yourself. The other one's gone down that way. Alright, the other one's gone down that way. I think that one might be lucky there. There has to be a successful hunt here somewhere. I'm just going to hang back here. Just going to hang back here a little bit. Okay, I'm just going to quickly do a filter there. Shop. Oh, there goes in front of us. It just ran past. Okay, it's gone that way. Alright, I see where they went. Alright, let's go. Let's go. So it's 3 of them. So far I've counted 3 wild dogs. Oh, it's coming this way. It's coming back this way. Sorry. Yeah. It's going down the airstrip here. Wow, out of nowhere, things have just really changed up here. Alright. I'm trying to stay with one. Hopefully, if the other one's killed something, they'll start calling. Because they're all over the show here now. I'll take a look down here. I mean, this is one of the most endangered carnivores in Africa, and to have this here now, wow, absolutely amazing. I'm trying to look. Yeah, right behind us. Using this fantastic sense of hearing. There's impala right here. Oh. Alright. Impala's gone. Oh my word. Yeah. I'm trying to go. I don't know what. Let's go back onto the airstrip quickly. Let's just see if we can pick up one or two there. And they'll start whooping, whoop, 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 to try and locate one another. Now I just have to figure out if we can find one. That one went this way. I still want to go. Oh, it's gone right. All right, just hold on. Hold on. It's gone right around. It's got to the. Yeah, Mashlo is chasing Marla towards the western side of the clearing. All over the show. All over the show. Yeah, Mike's Kitchen, west of airstrip, on airstrip, yeah.
I'm trying.
Okay, so they went straight that way. And that's the thing about with wild dogs. Fortunately, it's not like a leopard and lion where if it's hunting, it's easy, or not easy, but it's a little bit more simpler. But with wild dogs, it's all over the show. Sorry, bird, out the way. Thank you. It's 12, oh, there, yeah. Well done. You see them?
They went into the...
Right there. Yeah, Sapi, they've gone towards, they've gone north towards a drainage line, towards Nduna's Kaya, dam wall area. Oh, yeah, they come back. No, they're coming back again. They're coming back to Mark's Kitchen. Yes. You're right there, Beaver. Oh, there you go. That one's gonna go. Oh, this one's right here. Oh, it's in the water. Okay. That one's just taking a little bit of a break, a breather here in the water. Oh, I'm out of breath. Wow. That's amazing. At least our luck has changed up here for this afternoon. Might not be a leopard or a lion, but it's wild dogs. You know, absolutely amazing. Something that we don't see every day at all. Right, it's going back onto the clearing. It heard something. Oh, I think it's gone that way. It's gone that way, sorry. No, come Mike's Kitchen. As I said, Mike's Kitchen, they're going back towards the airstrip side. I'm trying my best to keep them. Now and again I get them, then I lose them. Just come to airstrip.
They all come from the Marty side.
Come to airstrip. Angie, I'm trying. Oh, there's impalas all over here.
I say,
oh, they're running. Oh, I hit my hand. I just saw impalas running. Sapi, I'm saying airstrip. I mean, not airstrip about 10 times. Airstrip. There's all over. I've got them here. Yeah, airstrip. Come here. I've got all of them here. Okay, got them again. So it's just a 2. So we're missing 1. Because I definitely counted 3. The one that chased first, and then these two came afterwards. And we've just got the lonely wildebeest that's just enjoying the scene. And it's crazy that they did not even kill, especially with all these impalas. I mean, it's one of the most successful hunters out of the predators. I mean, your success rate of a wild dog is about 80, 85 to 90% success rate. And unless the other one did make a kill, and now these two are just pretty much trying to look around and wait for him. Maybe we'll start hearing calling. That's what we're waiting for. Where are you now, Sappy? Where are you?
Very close to Fagan now.
Faga Jumbo, but Faga Jumbo, team strong. Yeah, they're heading now east on the airstrip at the moment. Two of them. The other one is further. I don't know. We've been missing. But yeah. Okay, let's just quickly go this side.
Enjoy.
It'll be nice with that. Oh, no, don't go. Don't run. Yes, Sappy, we're at where your briars are. Yeah, on the airstrip. Yeah, I'm not too sure which pack this is. I think it could be that LP CF pack. Selectopictus collared female. Because this one here, is this the one? Is this collared? This one? Is it this male? Oh no, it's a male that's collared. CM pack. Might be a LPCM pack. You can see he's got a collar. So that's all to do with the research and. Oh, he's got a sore leg. Oh. Hey, Sappy, they're moving now straight east now. It was that clearing. Yeah, I still got visual, but yeah, I don't know how long we're going to keep them. Yeah, they've gone into the Schlatti now. I'm not too sure. I think, yeah, they might head towards Eastern Road. I'm not too sure if that other one didn't make a kill here. And that's why I'm trying to figure, maybe hear something.
Yeah, my damn. Where must I help me? Maybe the eastern side of the estate looks like the Bamba in a Schlatti.
Okay, I'm just going to stop here and listen out quickly. Alright, well, we're going to try and get these other guys in. I think let's head over to Jamie for the time being, as she's got some elephants.
We are on a jig around in a driveway on the eastern.
We found some elephants again. No surprise here. I'm on the airstrip as well, and coming back on my same track, and I saw elephant tracks above my tracks, and I was wondering, where are these elephants now? And we found them. It's not the greatest visual, but they're moving around, having a good feed. Okay, reversing a little bit. Much better. Okay. What a lovely way to end the day. Obviously not as fun as the time as Cedric is having, but I do understand his pain in trying to relocate wild dogs. I've been there, and you got to be quick. We're not far from the river crossing now, and I just wanted to show you the sunset that we're having as well with the elephants. Jack, thank you for the question. I can't say that I have recognized any of the elephants. I think it will require a lot more time in terms of sticking around with an individual and making a note of their ear tears and their tusks. But we might have seen the same bull somewhere. I think we have. But in terms of the others, no, I would need a much longer time and maybe even develop some ID kits to get to know them. But if there's a real characteristic that sticks out to you, a severe ear tear that's like super prominent, then that would definitely help.
When nature calls, Maui is the only answer. Satisfy your wanderlust and take to the open road in one of our fully equipped motorhomes. Boasting a fridge, gas stovetop, AC and bathroom, our motorhomes are comfortable and spacious, making any self-drive adventure in the Kruger or garden route memorable. Whether you travel alone, as a couple or the whole family, Maui has a motorhome for you. Maui, home where you roam.
I'm Butch James, World Cup winning Springbok fly half. Rugby has taken me to many incredible places around the world, but it's Africa's wild places where I feel most at home. This July and August, after the Springbok tests against England, Wales and the All Blacks, join me on a series of luxury safaris. There we will share some rugby stories, open fires and some incredible wildlife sightings, all under the African skies. See you in the bush.
Bada bang, bada boom. Oh, she's going to run after impalas. She's running after impalas. All right, everybody, that is our cue. Even a hyena coming into the action as well now. Oh my word! She's stalking the hyena now. Leopard, hyena, lion, all together in one shot. Oh. This is action-packed.
When adventure calls, answer with Brits. Take on Southern Africa's most breathtaking landscapes from behind the wheel of a fully equipped 4x4 or SUV. From tents and bedding to a fridge and full kitchen gear, everything you need is already on board. And with 24-hour roadside assistance, you're free to go further and explore with confidence. Open roads, total freedom, no limits, just the journey ahead. Brits, equipped for adventure.
It's a cooling mechanism, but also it's a type of bathing mechanism to keep their skin exfoliated. Look at this youngster throwing sand on his head as well. Sweet. Oh, playing with a stick. Oh, I love a young elephant. So funny. Alright, I think we're gonna make movements. Time to cross the river with me. What's wrong? You okay, Simba?
Nope.
Oh. Right, I'm gonna hand you over to Trishala. She's maybe also looking for wild dogs. Imagine having 2 sightings. We'll see you soon.
No action with our wild dogs, but I just heard something, so I'm going to be quiet. You are looking at one of my favorite spots at Mabula, by the way. Firstly, look at those colors in that sky. Yeah, sorry, that's an alarm call. We're going to go. Sounded like a baboon. Did I just see a car? So this is the area where we heard a leopard sawing. Remember that night we were by the dam? We heard a leopard sawing. It was in this area. Sorry I cut short your nice vista there. Just gonna get past this bend and switch off again. I think it was just one baboon though, and we saw a whole troop there before. Sorry Nadine, I'm just taking it out of my ear for 2 seconds. Oh, I know it's unlikely, but I can also hear people, and I know that baboon troop was by the sundowner spot there, and a vehicle did pass us and go there. I wonder if they are just getting irritated with the people. Dang. False alarm, I guess. Also not seeing any tracks. Oh, so close. Let us head to the dam as we wanted to. Oh, we can go back? Okay. Sure. We can go to the dam this way too. Alright. Let's head to the dam. Now I really feel bad for cutting off your lovely scene there, because if you had a close look, you obviously saw the clouds illuminating with the rays of the setting sun, but you would also have seen the erosion, like a mini Grand Canyon down there. Oh, my spidey senses are still going, but I think it's the hope that's lighting up my spidey senses. But let's see what Croc Dam has to offer. Last time there was a hadida and a bulbul and at least a leopard sawing. That's true. Tomorrow is my last day with all of you. So I have 1 day to find a Mabula leopard. That is a mitre train. Oh, is it a mitre train? 1 day. Stop putting pressure on me, Nadine. I feel like whenever you try too hard to find leopards, it doesn't happen. I know it was a question from John Dre, but I didn't get it at all, Nadine. It was definitely not what I think I heard. Oh, how often do we see African lynx? Are you talking about a caracal? I think you are. I haven't seen one here. Cam has seen one here when Amy was with him. He says only once here. I've only seen a caracal once myself, and that was in Cape Town. But at Amakala, another location that we are often at, they do see caracal. Beautiful animal. I'm always surprised at how much bigger they are in person. Alright, we have arrived at Croc Dam. Leopard, reveal yourself. It was actually around the same time. So you know the drill. We'll park here quietly. Nothing. But silence is golden in the bush. If we can remain silent, that is. Not talking, not driving, just listening. Nothing, nothing yet. I feel the tingly. I feel the tingly. Well, Jandra, you were very lucky because the ladies in Final Control, or in the MC, have managed to find you a sighting that we had of a caracal not too long ago, and it was at Amakala, so go have a look.
No, wait, have a look at this. There's a little caracal. Oh no, it's a little kitten. That is absolutely adorable. I have not seen a caracal kitty in so long. Oh no! This is so cute. Joseph, indeed, this is absolutely crazy. How lucky are we?
How cute was that? And they are absolutely stunning, those cats. Eric was, I suppose, much like us and the rhino sighting earlier, Eric was just blown away by the cuteness. Very elusive cats. Ooh, I thought I almost heard something there, but no. It's always like a double-edged sword, you know, at this time of the evening, because if we stay still we may get a clue, but we want to keep moving because predators are moving around this time, leopards would be moving, so I gotta make a decision. I'm gonna think about it for a little bit, but I'm gonna send you over to Cedric and see if he has any last minute hopes for the evening.
Now they are there where they then go home after.
Thank you. All right, so all the commotion and craziness here on Chitwa has pretty much come to an end. As we can't really view wild dogs at nighttime. I'm gonna let them do their thing. But yeah, what a sighting! What a bit of excitement for the afternoon, for Saturday afternoon. I definitely needed that. I needed that. Well, we'll see tomorrow morning. Maybe he'll still be around, but I doubt it. You know, wild dogs can move, especially at this time of the year. You know, what's it now? So they've still got like a home range. They don't really have a territory yet. Only once they start denning, around about maybe May, June, they'll have a territory. But for now, it's a home range. Home range stretches here in the Greater Kruger Park for alpacas is around about 72,000 hectares. That's as big as a pack of wild dogs home ranges. It's quite large. So that's what I say, tomorrow morning that pack can be far off again. But yeah. Yeah, no. Fortunately, sometimes driving and keeping up with wild dogs is scrubby. Driving and keeping up with wild dogs can be very tricky, very tricky. I think Beaver also did a very, very, very good job keeping up and holding them in frame as well at times. So yeah, it's not easy, not the easiest of sightings. All right, so if you just joined us and you've missed that sighting with wild dogs not too long ago, well, let's go and take a look at the replay. This is fantastic. Watch how the ears are down. That ear's down. It's coming. It's going to start running. Yeah, the Slummy Mafloa now busy lunging all the mala, yeah. Watch yourself, watch yourself. Oh, what a sighting it was, I mean, they were so quick as well. And they just keep up that pace, and that's why they're such successful hunters, because it's not like a leopard where it's a burst of speed and that's it. You know, it's a short sprint and it's done. Well, the wild dogs, it's endurance. So when they go, they continue carrying on and they change, listen out, and they run again, and it's up and down all over the show. So eventually the impalas also get quite confused on which way they want to go and where they're going to go. And that's where they become lucky grabbing one of the impalas. But unfortunately, it looks like we might have just missed a good kill this afternoon. Sometimes it's also a good thing if you're a bit squeamish on looking at wild dog kills, because wild dog kills can become quite gory. I mean, I've seen quite a few kills in my life, in my career. And it's not an easy thing to watch. You know, it's not like a leopard and lion where they'll throttle the animal. It's, you know, when the wild dogs grab impala, the entire pack will go there and they'll just kind of rip it apart while it's still alive. And it can become quite gory. But everything has to eat. But yeah. And such a huge herd of impalas on the Chitwa airstrip, I definitely thought they would have caught at least about 10. But unfortunately not one was caught. Alright, well, we're going to continue. Let's head over to Jamie Lee to see if she is going to get lucky and successful with a chameleon tonight.
Wow, what an epic sighting Cedric has had, and he is quite right. Wild dog kills can be quite gory, but always special to see if you can stomach it. I have just been taking it very slow. I guess I'm got now expectations in my mind about honey badgers and jennets. So I'm taking a careful look everywhere I go. Apparently Cedric said I mustn't forget about chameleons, but oh, he's never gonna let that go, is he? I can't believe I haven't seen one and he still has, so maybe I'm the problem. Nora, I got into research on leopards purely by chance. I was doing my honors project on cheetah, and the Cape Leopard Trust had advertised for a master's, and yeah, I guess the rest is history. I was super lucky. I'm not sure that I would go back and study again. That would mean doing a PhD, and I don't think I'm brave enough for that. It's also quite a catch-22 in studying further, with, especially as a PhD, you become very specialized in one thing, and it can be quite difficult to find work opportunities once you're specialized. And in conservation, you have to be very diverse and adaptable, and you wear many hats, and you're not just ever doing one thing. So it's a tricky one. Unless you're studying something super specific where there's a great need for that type of research and it's a niche, then a PhD is a good idea. But I don't think I'm brave enough for a PhD, unfortunately. This is where we saw the hyenas that morning, before the drive started. Cedric is asking me if I've seen a savanna leopard, and yes, I have. I'm trying to remember when last. Oh, I was in the Kalahari last year, and I did see leopards there, and that was fantastic. I saw two males having a fight. We first initially bumped into the one that was on the ground, and he looked severely beaten up, and he was looking tired, and his eye was swollen and cuts on his face, and we were wondering what was happening, and he looked super upset and grumpy, and he was sitting at the bottom of a tree. And we looked up at the tippy top of a tree, and there was another male at the top, and they obviously had just had a fight, and the younger one got chased up and was too scared to come down. And that is one of the most memorable leopard sightings I've ever had. And that big male at the bottom was just waiting for him to come down to go for a second round. Seems like the chameleon races are on again tonight, so let's see if Jashala is having better luck than me.
I would love to find us a chameleon, but I would even more love to find us a bush baby. So I'm taking it very slow, because bush babies are so quick. Now, if we're both quick, we're definitely gonna miss each other. Oh, do I see one? Do you see their eye shine in that tree? What are you? It is very small though. Oh no, it's a bird. Shame, I shone right at it. But it's okay. Oh, just a bird, everybody. You ever wondered if birds have eye shine? They do have eye shine. So do chameleons, by the way. It's just very difficult to see because their eyes are so small. But they do have a tapetum lucidum, which is what gives them the eye shine. Unfortunately, we do not have one of those. Well, I'm gonna keep on moving. You will know immediately if I have something. Promise. I promise. But I'm gonna send you over to JV Lee. See if she's found anything with eye shine.
Well, look how the tables have turned. I found one just as you guys left me. And this is quite a big one. I didn't expect to find such a chunky chameleon. I've been looking for the really little ones, and even though they're small, the green is just, it stands out, and you learn to spot it. So I've been really pleasantly surprised by this big one over here. So seems like they are still out. Maybe not as often as they should be. Oh, apparently. So Cedric says he's proud of me. So I finally come to the table and contributed a chameleon. Apparently now I just need to find a leopard, which no big deal. Should be easy peasy.
When nature calls, Maui is the only answer. Satisfy your wanderlust and take to the open road in one of our fully equipped motorhomes. Boasting a fridge, gas stovetop, AC and bathroom, our motorhomes are comfortable and spacious, making any self-drive adventure in the Kruger or garden route memorable. Whether you travel alone, as a couple or the whole family, Maui has a motorhome for you. Maui, home where you roam.
I'm Butch James, World Cup winning Springbok fly half. Rugby has taken me to many incredible places around the world, but it's Africa's wild places where I feel most at home. This July and August, after the Springbok tests against England, Wales and the All Blacks, join me on a series of luxury safaris. There we will share some rugby stories, open fires and some incredible wildlife sightings, all under the African skies. See you in the bush.
Oh, what a Tuesday morning. Brilliant. Oh, wow.
Over the next 30 minutes, we catch up on what's been happening over the last few days.
Very majestic. Look at this guy.
That was epic.
Look at that, guys. Oh, must feel so good. That's the way it should be.
How awesome is this?
When adventure calls, answer with Brits. Take on Southern Africa's most breathtaking landscapes from behind the wheel of a fully equipped 4x4 or SUV. From tents and bedding to a fridge and full kitchen gear, everything you need is already on board. And with 24-hour roadside assistance, you're free to go further and explore with confidence. Open roads, total freedom, no limits, just the journey ahead. Brits, equipped for adventure.
as we end off, we're going to go see if Tishala can find us something for the last few minutes.
No luck on our side just yet, and it's starting to feel a little like deja vu. Yeah, actually, let's turn up here. I'm looking for anything. The thing is that, you know, when it's properly dark, so when Cam and I are driving back to our accommodation and it's now well and truly into the night. Oh, we've seen white-tailed mongoose, porcupine, bush babies, chameleons. But this time it's as if it's not yet dark enough. But maybe I'm just making excuses. And like many things in the bush, you just have to be at the right place at the right time. Oh, look, it's another baby chameleon. Is it? You can see it, Cam? Okay, I'll go forward. Sure, that's very small. Is that fun? Okay. That is very small. Small. More baby chameleon than the night before. Okay, I'll just find it again. Does that help you out? Yeah. There we go. Oh. Oh my goodness, you're holding on for dear life there. That thing is tiny. Tiny. Wow. This looks smaller than last night's one. Yeah, you are so tiny. Now, chameleons don't have any parental care. So as soon as they're born and they emerge, they will go on about their business, carry on as if they're just little adults. Stephanie, I would love to come back soon. Whenever my schedule allows it, I will definitely come spend some time with all of you and spend time in the bush. I really miss being in the bush like this, where it's part of your everyday life. Oh, there's some ants crawling on this twig as well. Oh, doesn't that make you ticklish? The ants just crawled over its toes. Now, at the end of last year, I had I suppose for me it was quite an unfortunate experience, but it was a valuable experience. I got to dissect a chameleon, and I learned some interesting things. Rory, you'd like to know, is there a method? How does one become a chameleon queen? I think step number 1 is want to find them, so you're always on the lookout for them. And oh, that's also true. It's not a title I chose. It sought me out. It chose me. But your eyes just get used to spotting them. It's just one of those things. It takes practice. I remember when I first started guiding, I thought, whoa, how do guides spot chameleons? This is so impressive. But it's actually very easy. You've just got to know, you've just got to see it once. And then you just practice, and you get better and better at finding them. Big, small, doesn't matter. The way that, and especially finding them at night, is very, very easy. As long as you have a spotlight, super easy. Their skin sort of becomes paler at night, and that means that a lot more light is bounced off of the skin. Remember, we spoke about pigments and the way that different things work and what pigments actually are. So with chameleons, there's different layers, but if they're pale, then that means that a lot of the light, because it's closer to white, a lot of the light is being bounced back at you. as opposed to when they're black or dark, when a lot of light is being absorbed. So it's easy to spot them at night. It just takes practice. Thank you, Shania. It's always a pleasure to have you all on board, and always a pleasure to share the experience of adventuring through the African bush with all of you. Sorry, I forgot to take my foot off the brake. Hopefully we don't roll. There we go. That's a wonderful perspective. You get to see just how little this thing is. So small. I don't mind a last-minute chameleon. It doesn't always have to be a last-minute leopard or a last-minute wild dog sighting or a last-minute bush baby. Sometimes a last-minute chameleon who sits tight and is happy to be with us and not scurry away quickly is not a bad way to end our show, right? Well, from all our teams across our locations, thank you very much for joining us. It has been wonderful as usual. For me, it was the rhino sighting. That baby rhino may be rivaled by a baby chameleon, but no, it's not. No competition whatsoever. Well, I hope you had a wonderful time. We'll see you all in the morning, and wherever you are, go well. Bye for now, everybody. Welcome to your weekly catch-up, your look at the very best sightings across our locations over the past week. The weather threw us some challenges, but nothing could stop the action. And we even got some behind-the-scenes sneak peeks. So stay with us. Cedric is back with a bang, if it wasn't already obvious from the incredible sightings. Leopards and wild dogs galore. Take a look.
This is absolutely amazing. Bada bangs, bada boomsh. Well, very good morning to everybody, and yes, what a way to start this Wild Wacky Whisker Wednesday with Queen T, a beautiful female leopard that is busy feeding here on a calf, kudu calf. pretty much a kill that she made yesterday morning. But how nice is this? Well, this female is absolutely enjoying it. I thought she was going to lose it because the kill is still on the ground from yesterday. So she killed this kudu calf yesterday morning. She fed on this carcass for quite some time yesterday, and now this morning when I came in here I thought maybe she might have hoisted that kill up into the tree, and I thought if she didn't do that she was going to be taken by hyenas, but as you can see clearly nothing has come around here, and she's still got the entire carcass to herself. Animal loving. Yeah, look, I mean, it's always fantastic just watching them, and watching them how they hold territory, how they look after their cubs, especially with females. A female looking after a cub. Oh, come this side. Come around for us. There we go. Bada bangsh, bada boomsh. Now it's got hooked onto something. As you can see, she's trying to work out exactly what she wants to do here. Yeah, there's it. Oh, she's got it over. This is going to be an interesting climb here now. You ready with this, Biba? It might be... Well, it's not too bad. I mean, a hyena's not going to climb a tree like that anyway. So it's clever. I mean, she needs to just put it a little bit further up. The only problem is a lion might climb a tree very easy, like this now. But unfortunately for her, or fortunately for her, the lions are very far from here. They're in the Nkumas are all up in the Manileti at the moment. So... Oh, what a way to start this morning here in the Northern Sabi Sands. As you can see, we've got two hyenas. One is June on the left-hand side at the back end, a female hyena, and then we've got this one that's coming straight towards us now. I'm not too sure who this hyena is. Grumpy old man, very, very, very possible. I think that this could be a huge situation with a little bit of tension between some of the members last night. I mean, it was going absolutely crazy. And he's saying with Ribbon leaving like a little bit of a power void. So Ribbon was pretty much, we could say, the matriarch of the clan in this area. She was killed about a week ago. So very possible that it could have been maybe like a situation with a Powerball that's happening at the moment. Oh. Watch yourself. Using this fantastic sense of hearing. And it's crazy that they did not even kill it, especially with all these impalas. I mean, it's one of the most successful hunters out of the predators. I mean, your success rate of a wild dog is about 80, 85 to 90% success rate. Good morning, Rules. So little Rulani, the young leopardess. She's just very much now independent, away from her mom, but still in her mom's territory, so she hasn't got a set territory of her own. So her area now is still this side where mom's territory, so she knows the area very well. And what she's doing at the moment, she's just really kind of honing in on becoming independent and honing in on hunting skills, just all those extra little things that she needs to use, her little tools when she when she moves out and has her own territory one day. But for now, she's just on borrowed time and she's just absolutely relaxed.
Over at Matira Camp, Centura has been on an epic run, from serval and cheetah to hyena and even a bit of wallowing. We had fun and clearly so did he.
Have a bit of a roll in the mud like the hyena does and the elephant. So we quickly rushed to where the R5 yesterday killed a buffalo. And look here, the 2 of the R5 are still eating. The 3 of the R5, because Olonkera have joined the brothers, have moved down to the drainage line. But they are not alone here. Behind them is a whole pack of hyenas. Vultures waiting. But yesterday, when we saw these male lions that moved away from the carcass, one of them was left behind to guard the food so that the hyenas and the vultures don't come. Will that be the same thing that is going to happen today? Very likely to be. But there's not much left. And when the lions know there's not much left, they give up and they move away. So the Mara is incredibly rich with a lot of wildlife, ranging from the big cats to the smallest cats. So this is one of the smallest cats that you can be able to find out here in the Mara. It's called the serval cat. They have a very wide variety or wide range of food. Mice, birds, reptiles. I've also seen them going down for little antelope, like a baby Thompson gazelle or a scrub hare. It's cleaning his or her paws. Look at that. Look at those really lovely, nice pointed ears. It's so good to see them early in the morning crossing through the tall grass. Often you don't get to see them, especially at this time of the year when the grass is this high, because they can completely vanish and disappear. If you are driving through here, getting to see them, it's notoriously hard. Our Tony Eagle is still going and going. It's not stopping. And where we are, we can be able now to see the red and white coat of the young impala. Very, very unfortunate for the mama impala. He might try to carry the food, but there's still quite a lot of food left. And he's thinking about it, definitely. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. He's using the talon. He's using the talons. They don't carry food on their beak. They use their talons to carry the food. And that is what he's trying to do, but it's still quite a lot of meat left. Cat fan, they use their talons and their beak. And when you see them hunting or killing, they use their talons to hold them straight down on the ground, and they use their beak to kill. They do. Look at that beak. It's very, very sharp, and the talons are equally sharp. So they can actually break through the skin just like a knife. And they have a surgical precision. They know some of the vital organs where they target. We've got a cheetah right out in the open. It's hiding away from the hyena. There's a hyena very, very close, deep in the tall grass. We can only see the ears popping out. And this cheetah is trying to be well hidden to allow the hyena to move away. Often, the hyenas will track the cheetah because they know the cheetahs would be very successful in hunting. And as soon as the cheetah hunts, you would see the hyena running and take the food away from the cheetah. She doesn't want to stand tall because it's trying to melt away from the hyena and move quite far away from the direction of the hyena. Look at that. It's walk, look back, making sure that the hyena is not coming from behind. Wow. Look what we've just found. A lone cheetah sitting down, panting, relaxed under the shade of the croton bush. His name is Ruka. Ruka is a Swahili word that means jump. So very good in jumping, I guess. Look at that. It's just stood up and looking around. He's very full. I don't know what he has eaten. But definitely he looks very, very well fed. But still, he's not relaxed because a cheetah is one of the weakest of all the big cats. When I say that it's the weakest of all the big cats, I'm comparing a cheetah, leopard, and a lion, and even a hyena.
Mabula definitely delivered this week. Such a special reserve with spectacular scenes. No shortage of rhino sightings, a visit from our cheetah boys, and plenty of little things for me to investigate off the vehicle. Oh, zebra's chasing the baby sable.
Things I do, huh?
We are so lucky. And you have come to us at the perfect time. These rhino were out on the plains, and then when we parked here, they actually came towards us. And they're quite close, so you get an excellent view of all the detail on their faces. Hello. Now, I know that you're curious, but I'm not going to let you touch the car. Sorry, that's my hat. Please excuse the aerial here. We're not going to move, obviously, because they're very close. I wonder what drew them to us so intently. And not aggressively or anything like that, just intently. Can you hear that? I'll be quiet. Come on, Squeaky. You're making so much noise just now. Baby rhino sounds are just the cutest thing. That is a tiny baby. And Mum is very impressive too. I love when I think about any babies on this reserve, actually. They're so, particularly rhinos. Oh, it's time to have a little lie down. Miss Carpenter, you would like to know if the skin breaks when the horn comes through. No, it doesn't. At an embryonic stage, potentially, but I wouldn't be able to say that the skin breaks because the skin might not be at that stage yet to consider it a breakage in the skin. But once the baby is born, there's no break in the skin, because remember that... Oh, have you ever seen a rhino tongue? You just did. This is so cute. We were successful! The two cheetah boys, Katleko and Iseko, staring down these impala. The impala are starting to move off a little bit now, but look at the crouching behavior, watching carefully. There we go. What's up? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ah. That was a very half-hearted attempt, but it might have been their final push because the impala started to run. Oh my goodness, this is so great. Oh, they're playing. And it was almost as if they said, oh, well, next time, it's okay.
This week saw a new face arrive at Sandringham, Jamie Lee, and the reserve didn't disappoint. From elephants and buffalo to the Black Dam Pride and even a sighting of honey badgers. See for yourself.
Oh wow, look at this. Look at that. Look what we found. I'm so excited. This is a huge thanks to Mpo. He spotted, I think, one of the females. So the cubs are there on the right, I think 3 of them, and Pasanwari in the middle. Now, from what I remember, I think on Saturday, it's possibly Saturday, that they were on a kill, which is where we saw them on the Sunday with Steve. And I think they might have only killed an impala, so by now they might have had another kill. Yeah, an impala kill. Well, that's great news. Then hopefully they're going to stick around a bit, and maybe we'll see some vulture action. I think initially the giveaway as well that they were on a kill is the heavy panting, which you can see now, the cubs. And when they're getting into a kill, they're all feisty and trying to get in as much food as possible. They often end up being quite tired and sleepy. Oh wow, look at this. I just love being outdoors. I mean, this scene speaks for itself, exactly why I want to be here. How cool is this? Oh my goodness. When we arrived at the dam, we had seen some hippos just peeking out, and I spotted the water monitor. I spotted the water monitor initially on the bank like it is now, and then I saw in the distance on the edge of the sandbank another one, and oh, I see now this one has left as well. Anyway, I spotted the second one and it swam all the way over, and yes, I think you're right, it could be a mating pair. I was actually wondering, since the other one might have been in the same position as yesterday, maybe there's a nest close by and maybe sticking around close enough to guard the eggs. So it could be a male or female, but I'm really not sure. Look what we just found. I've just found a large spotted genet in a tree. How cool is this? I was shining with my spotlight and I caught some eye shine. And at first I thought it was a bush baby. And then I had a closer look and asked Mpo to put on the infrared camera, and look at what we got. Isn't this incredible? 2 honey badgers and then a genet. Genets eat, I think they have quite a wide range in their diet. They're considered a carnivore. So, yeah, a lot of insects, beetles, small vertebrates where possible, grasshoppers. This is so cool. I haven't seen many genets in my lifetime. Look at that. Oh my goodness. What? I'm not going to move. I don't want to startle it unless it continues down the road. Oh my goodness, how insane is that? I haven't seen many honey badgers. Oh, there it goes. Oh, there's the second one. Oh my goodness, there were two. Well, we found a lioness. I have not spotted other individuals yet, but we're going to stick around here now that I know where they are and see what unfolds. It's a nice cool day. Oof, there's another, full belly still, huh? I was obviously in the wrong place this morning. It was dead quiet, no lion tracks. At least I know now where to come this afternoon.
David is back, and that can only mean one thing: sightings, 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 especially of his favorite Topi boys, who had a bit of drama unfolding this week. But that's not all. We had a serval sighting and, of course, some beautiful elephant scenes over at Governor's Camp. Take a look.
You never say never. We have found a cat here, and not sure she is patrolling her territory or she is hunting. For me, that is a hunting mode, because you can see she keeps walking, sniffing the ground. Oh, she must be eating something, and the one moment she disappeared, either she very quickly hunted, and now she is definitely devouring whatever she caught. Oh, it's a snake. Oh my God, it's a snake.
Yeah.
Is a snake she hunted. Goodness me. Looks like a young buffalo to me. I don't think this was a male. I have not been able to see the horns or the boss area, so my guess is this could possibly have been either a young male or a young female. One thing is certain, this must be last night, because I was with these boys yesterday and there was no carcass, there's no kids, so this must have happened last night. He's trying to turn around this particular carcass. Not sure he wants to get it in the lugger, because it's going to remain fresh there, no doubt about it. But it's still too heavy for him. I've always started my drives on great days, great notes, but I think, to me, this is one of the very best start of a drive. So many calves in this particular group of Ellis. I've counted about 5 of them. You notice there's one cow there. The left tusks look to be not straight. That will happen once in a while. And more often than not, that's always for genetical reasons. We have also seen sometimes lizards having squint eyes, apart from maybe deformed tusks. What a beautiful Sunday morning. She is definitely on a termite mound and a very good vantage point to look at the surroundings. And who knows, we have seen them hunt even at time like now. And from where I am, I haven't seen any small-sized prey, the likes of Tommies or Grunts. But again, we have known these cats will see things we don't see until they start closing in on them. Mayash, good morning. And you're saying is a cheetah Sunday. Mayash, with one cheetah which I did not even expect to see, and seeing one here, Trish, down there with cheetahs also. Mayash, truly, it is a cheetah Sunday. For me, it feels good because, Mayash, this is my very first cheetah since my return back to the Mara. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the lions came out of where they were hiding before from that particular and there's a big altercation going on here. I'm not sure exactly what is the problem. These are the T-boys, and there's a huge fight going on, and that boy now running there is Moja Moja. We want to find out what exactly could be happening. I'm not sure it's a different carcass they got now, but also we had seen some hyenas building here. And I think the fight was between the 5 T-boys against one called Kiongozi.
And that brings us to the end of this week's catch-up. Another week of unforgettable moments in the bush. See you next time. Until then, take care.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to your Sunrise Safari. It's me, Trishala. I've got Cam on camera, and we are bringing to you the wonderful Mabula this morning. We're out on the open plains, and we're going to head off towards the mountains and hopefully get lucky. A lot to look forward to this morning. And it's not just what's happened this morning, or the plans this morning that can get you excited. Yesterday, Jamie had an epic sighting. Go over and have a look. Look at that. Oh my goodness. What? How crazy was that? How exciting to see a honey badger. I mean, I hope that we get to see one here at Mabula, but it's not just me that's out and about. We've also got David and Centura in the Mara, as well as Cedric in the Lowveld. Jamie will be out with us shortly. She and Mpo are stuck in a little bit of rain, but I'm sure it will clear in no time. Speaking of rain, we are hoping that the weather holds for us this morning, because yesterday we were rained out, but that means that the bush might show us something different this morning. Remember that we're live and interactive, so please do send through those questions and those comments. We'd love to hear from all of you. At the moment, things are quite quiet, but we're sitting on the open plains. There's no sun to be seen just yet. Everything is overcast and dark, but that's okay. Who knows what the bush will show us. So we're going to keep on moving. We're going to head towards those mountains, kind of get around them. We're going to have a look. There is a female cheetah around that area, and she hasn't moved in a while. We wonder, could she be denning? Well, we're going to go figure it out. We're going to go investigate, which is my favorite part of the bush. Anyway, let's get this show on the road, and let me send you over to David in the Mara, who's got one of my favorite animals.
It is bright here, the sunrise is up, and Trishala, I'm wishing you lots of cat luck, and possibly you are going to see a cheetah or some cheetahs this morning. This is the way I am starting my drive here, northwest of the Masai Mara National Reserve, and to all of you, a very warm welcome. And I have a roadblock currently. Not sure these are two families or one family, but I'll just have to wait until they are off the road, because and there's not much I can do. I would not want to detour. I would not want to go to either side. But not once we've said the animals have a right of way, and possibly after I am done with this, Ellis, I'll be going back to that crime scene where we had the T-boys and one of the marsh girls, who I guess to be Nusurika, feeding on that buffalo carcass. I've always started my drives on great days, great notes, but I think, to me, this is one of the very best start of a drive. So many calves in this particular group of Ellis. I've counted about 5 of them. My Zotas, yes, this is what I would call a flying start. And from myself and Marcel back there, we're saying right back to you, a big jumbo from all of us. Wonderful to hear your name. And asante sana for your greeting this morning, as we have, as you say, this super start of Ellis. Super clean white tusks. You notice there's one cow there. The left tusks look to be not straight. That will happen once in a while. And more often than not, that's always for genetic reasons. We have also seen sometimes Ellis also having squint eyes, apart from maybe deformed tusks. You notice the light keeps changing depending on how the clouds are going. And I just told myself a few minutes ago, possibly this afternoon, once you start on a warm morning, we'll get some rains. Not sure who said Ellis, their collective noun, is a parade of elephants. And I think this is what Marcel might be showing you as these Ellis are disappearing to the left, how they're parading for us as they have given way for the road and maybe allowing us to go look for the T-boys. See how tall the red oat grass is compared to the normal heights of elephants. Nadia, remember today is a Saturday and is the cut day. And yes, Nadia, I agree with you 100%. This is a great start, good charm. And possibly we might see the T-boys, see all of them today, maybe 5. Yesterday we saw 3. I would be happy if we could see all the 6 that have always remained together. So Nadia, stay tuned, don't go anywhere for the next 3 hours. We promise you some good stuff, not only from where I am, possibly from there or the other locations. Yesterday, during the sunset, I think SafariLIVE drive, I was talking about the red oat grass. As much as it's pretty, nutritious, many animals, and especially elephants, will avoid it. So if you look carefully here, they're giving it a huge miss, and I'm very convinced these ellies are headed to the marsh area. And on a closer look to these ellies now, I have identified this is the herd that I have always called the governor's herd. See that stumpy tail? Bless you, Masal. The one that had the crooked tusk. And there's one particular female I have always noticed her tusk always pointing to each other. So this is what I have always called the governor's herd of elephants. Not once or twice, many times, they have always come through the camp. I wouldn't want to call these stragglers, but I think they're just 2 youngsters just having play, following the parents. Monique, could be tough for me to tell you how old these cows could be, but anything 30 to 40 could be a good average age. I've always been following this particular herd for quite some time, and sometimes you've seen it very, very close, Monique, but I would say anything 30 to 40 years of age is the average average age of the cows in this particular herd. Now, if you look in the background there, you can see the tree line of the marsh. Asante sana Marcel. Marcel is on camera with me this morning, and I think my guess was right. The final destination will be to spend time in the marsh. Hopefully, I'll see them in the afternoon there, because I'm headed in the opposite direction where I left the T-boys yesterday morning. I would call that again a great start. I'll be moving on to find out where the Topi boys. I am very convinced they could be still where they were, taking you to Chitudam to join Shadrach.
Well, as you can see, a little bit of activity from the hippos. As you know, it is still early hours, and I think they've just come back from whatever they've been doing outside. And yeah, and how beautiful. The little ones on the left-hand side, a big one on the right. Absolutely precious. Well, a very good morning to everybody. My name is Cedric, and behind the camera with me, we've got the legend, we've got Bibo. And we are going to just sit here at the dam for the time being and enjoy the hippos. Yeah, in the northern Sabi sand. Little powered wagtails are flying around there. And still 2 youngsters just having a bit of a game. Oh, that one is, I think that might be the small one, eh? Mm-hmm. Yeah. A little baby that we saw the other day. I'm hoping it's going to come out a little bit more for us. But it's having a lot of fun there. Early morning fun. Always nice to get to a dam if there's hippos and that around here. Early hours and get a little bit of activity, as well as late afternoons. You can see the little one trying to climb on. Oh, so cute. Shana, a good morning to you too. Thank you so much for joining us on our sunrise safari. It's a lovely morning here at the moment. It's a little bit cloudy, but it's slowly but surely clearing up nicely. A good way just to start the morning with some hippopotamus. It's nice and shallow there for the youngster. I think that's exactly why they're hanging around that island. So the little one can also pretty much go down and come up very easily. You think that little one is swimming, but it's actually walking on the ground there. Oh, Victor, you're watching all the way from Botswana. That is fantastic. Lovely, lovely. And well, Botswana's also got just as amazing animal sightings in that area as well. So yeah, thanks Victor for joining us. Oh, it's a beautiful scene this. As well as just a plan for the morning. Rulani, can you believe it? As we got back into camp, she was lying at the gate, that leopardess. Yep. Been searching for her the entire afternoon yesterday, and she was waiting for us at the gate. So almost probably after this, I'm going to just do a little bit of a loop around there and just to take a look if she's isn't there. And if she's not in the area, I'm hoping. Well, Stephanie, that little one, of course, full of beans in the morning. Typical youngsters in the morning, early hours in the morning, full of beans. And always keeping mom on her toes. Well, slowly but surely, once winter starts setting in, you'll find that the hippos, during the daytime, you'll start finding them actually basking in the sun outside the water. Because the sun is not that strong like summertime. Looks like we also got a crocky. So we're just going to quickly pan over. There's just a croc. Looks like one of the big crocodiles that's busy swimming past here. I'm not too sure. It could be either Vlado or Barasim. Or Vlad. And one of the two big crocodiles that we do get here at Chitwa Dam. Oh, and a hammerkop coming past. Well, in the protection of the mother is going to be too much. So, like the big crocodile going for a little hippo, that's a risky business for the crocodile. Unless the little hippo has been abandoned by its mom or left by itself somewhere, then the crocodile will take that opportunity and grab it. But other than that, if mom's around, Croc is going to respect mom's presence.
Yeah, please go 15.
And there he goes. All right, as the croc is disappearing, so are we going to disappear from Chitwa Dam? I think we're going to start heading and try and start following up. While the morning is still young, I want to try and see if we can find some rosettes somewhere, see if we're lucky. All right, let's head over to Charlotte. Maybe she's come right with something in Mabula.
Well, best of luck, Setters, for your rosettes. We are looking for not rosettes, but spots. So the female cheetah, Q or queen, has been in this area or seen in this area for a number of days and sticking around to one area. Could it be she's on a kill? It's not a very accessible block or a collection of blocks. So it's only ever been fleeting glances of her, and she goes back into a similar block. So could it be that she's on a kill, or maybe in the family way? Could she have cubs? And we haven't been down this side this early before, so I'm hoping that we'll see some movement, because in this tall grass we would never see her